Patrick, I'm really excited for this episode.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you introduce yourself, but just a kind of a quick overlook is you grew up wild, crazy, outfitting from Alaska to the eastern plains of Colorado, and unfortunately you got tied up in the January 6th insurrection. You've been on house arrest for the whole entire time, and you just got a presidential pardon. And we're going to dive into what in the hell that was like being a prisoner in your own home for several years. And so, yeah, we got a lot to talk about. I'm looking forward to this one because I have so many questions, and to talk to somebody that was there that day, boots on the ground, and you actually made it inside the Capitol. I've seen the pictures of you standing there.
Yeah, there's no doubt that I was inside the Capitol building. That's pretty much undeniable.
Yeah. So I guess let's just jump into it. Give you a little intro about yourself, and we're going to roll right into it, just how we normally do it here. So
yeah, no, it's all good. Those of your viewers that don't know who I am, my name's Patrick Montgomery. I was born and raised in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Grew up within an outdoor loving family. My dad was a big outdoorsman, and that's just the way that me and my brothers were raised. And I started working in Alaska at the age of 16, working as a fishing guide up there. And as my life progressed, I just assumed the role of, as a guide, more than anything. I think it kind of chose me more than I chose it. And that's just what I ended up doing. And along the way, my life is, it's had its ups and downs, and it's had its challenges. It's all part of the process. There's things that you can say that you regret about life, but there's not, and even with this January 6th, scenario, people ask me a lot of time, do you regret, that you were involved in it? Do you regret that you went there that day? And from that standpoint, I can say I regret the consequences, of some of the decisions that I made. Mm-hmm. But I can't say that I regret the whole experience, because of, that's part of my story, and it's part of this nation's story, and it's just something that I want to share the truth with people about, so that they have a better understanding of that day and for me, it's all about, healing as a nation and moving forward. This is the United States of America, and when we act that way, we're a better nation because of it.
For sure. So childhood, what was Albuquerque like? Because it is a wild city now. How was that as a kid growing up?
Albuquerque, it was wild growing up.
Yeah.
It's an interesting dynamic that you have there in Albuquerque, just because you've got a lot of mixes. It's a cultural mixing center. You have a lot of Native American, people within the, Native American Indian culture, if you will. There's a lot of, there's a military presence there that you have, between Kirtland Air Force Base, Los Alamos National Laboratory, White Sands Missile Range. You have a large Hispanic culture. And then you do have, African American culture. There's white Anglos, and it all comes together in the mixing pot that is Burke. And it got pretty wild even back in the day.
I bet. Were you like in the heart of Albuquerque, or whereabouts did you grow up?
I grew up in what they call the Northeast Heights, which is, upper middle class, white community for the most part, there in Albuquerque. Went to a big high school. My graduating class probably had 650, maybe 700, graduating students. So I was a product of the public school systems for the most part. I did attend school during middle school. There was a private academy, Albuquerque Academy. It was a parochial, league school that I went to for middle school, and just kind of decided that, that wasn't for me. Yeah. It was a little bit more on the uppity end, hanging out with the rich kids, and I just didn't feel comfortable really in that environment. So I went back to public schools to finish out high school.
So from high school to Alaska, how do you go about going from Albuquerque as a kid to as a fishing guide to Alaska? That is complete polar opposite.
Yeah, for me, I was had a unique opportunity in that my dad was really good friends with a big time outfitter in New Mexico. It was an outfitter by the name of Rick Martin. I believe in 1988 he actually won Safari Club International Professional Hunter of the Year, which is an international award given to the top outfitter in the world by Safari Club International. So my dad was really good friends with him. So that outfitter happened to have the lease on a big giant ranch in New Mexico that was, at the time, it was called the Baca location. Now that ranch has been bought by the federal government and is called the Valles Caldera. A lot of people are well aware of the elk hunting that occurs on the Valles Caldera. So I had the opportunity to grow up. My dad was good friends with that outfitter. He took me up there, to the Baca Ranch. I hung out with that outfitter. That outfitter was part owner. I think he was 50% owner of a fishing lodge in Alaska with a guy by the name of Len Castle. Len Castle was a master guide there in Alaska. He kind of pioneered the hunting around Denali. Wood River Lodge is the lodge that he owned. Again, he was another outfitter that went on to win, Safari Club International, Professional Hunter of the Year. So I just kind of grew up in that circle.
Okay.
When I was a sophomore in high school, Rick Martin basically called me and asked me if I wanted to go up to Alaska and work for him that summer. And he kind of did that. We kind of did this on the sly behind my parents' back.
Oh, you okay.
So back in the day, it was old, phone. We didn't have cell phones.
Yeah.
So he called, and it wasn't unusual for him necessarily to call and talk to me. He was kind of like my second dad.
Yeah.
But he called and asked me if I wanted to go to Alaska. And, well, of course, Rick. Yeah, I want to go to Alaska. But,
Absolutely.
I'm too young. How can I go up there? Mom and Dad, are never going to let me go up there to Alaska. And he said, well, I've got this already all figured out. He said, here's what we do. He said, I'm going to buy you a plane ticket. I'm going to set you up an account with Cabela's to where you can order everything that you need. You'll have that shipped. We'll either have it shipped here to my house or you can ship it directly to the lodge up in Alaska. And your part is you can't say anything to your brothers. You can't tell your parents until right before it's time for you to go. And the purpose of that was that he was worried that if we told him too soon that they would deny it. They would say, no, there's no way you can go.
Yeah.
So it literally came down to, I already had everything set, had a job. I wasn't originally hired to go up there and to guide. I was just going to be working kind of as a camp gopher, working in the kitchen, doing dishes. They had a position, basically they called it a river runner. Our lodge sat about 10 miles up the Unalakleet River from the main town of Unalakleet.
Okay.
And all of our supplies, our freight, our food, avgas for the planes, diesel to run the generators, all of that came into town and had to be hauled by boat up to the lodge. So that was going to be my job. I was going to help out around the lodge, help move freight, get gas, just be an all-around gopher. We didn't tell my parents. It was literally probably 2 weeks before I was going to Alaska. At the dinner table, Mom and Dad are having the conversation. I just turned 16, so I had my driver's license. And, the discussion came up, what are you going to do this summer? Parents' expectations were that if you're going to be here, you're either A, going to be working, or B, you're going to go to summer school. And so I brought up that, I kind of plan on working, the summer. And to them, it was all great. Well, great, that's awesome. What are you going to do? You're going to go work at the McDonald's, the local pizza joint. And I think my answer at the time was that, no, I think I'm going to go to Alaska.
How'd that go over?
Well, Mom particularly thought that was pretty hilarious. And
Oh, really? They didn't take you serious?
no. I mean, at first her reaction was, oh, really? How are you going to get to Alaska? We're not buying you a plane ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I already got one. Yeah, I got one, Ma.
Yeah.
And then she kind of started seeing that I was serious about it. Well, we're not letting you go up there. We're not sending you up there to work with a bunch of grown adults by yourself. You're only 16. And I started to raise some objections. My dad kind of gave me that look across the table like, son, easy, don't say too much. Don't go past that point where there's no coming back from. And So I kind of shut it down there. But at the end of the day, they talked about it and they let me,
I mean, your dad grew up in that life,
Yeah.
He knows the outdoors, he knows the outfitting world and what it can do and how it can change a 16-year-old kid real quick. I mean, I'm sure he was probably pretty excited about it. I mean, Alaska's big boy country though too, so it is a dangerous place,
Yeah, I mean, it's the real deal. Still is the real deal.
Oh, absolutely.
There's a lot of trouble you can get up there if you go up there, unprepared. My dad had lived in Alaska. My parents, both of them, my dad was in the Air Force.
Okay.
So they paid for his dental school. My dad was a dentist. So once he got out of dental school from Baylor University, him and my mother moved to Anchorage, Alaska. That's where my dad served his time in the Air Force.
Got it.
So he had already been there before. My older brother, Mike, ended up being born in Anchorage before they finally left Alaska and returned, to New Mexico, which is where my dad was born and raised, in the state of New Mexico. So, yeah, he knew what it was and what it was about.
So you get to Alaska, 16-year-old kid. What the hell's going through your mind at this point? I mean, it's a pretty big leap to do for a 16-year-old kid for the summer to go up and venture around Alaska for a little bit.
Yeah, it's not something that probably would happen today.
Yeah.
I don't know many parents that would, trust sending their kid off to work at a fishing lodge, thousands of miles away from home. And, back then it wasn't like it is now where you have this constant communication with cell phones. We were in a place where it would probably be, a couple weeks in between, time periods when my parents would even hear from me. But
did you guys have communication at your lodge, or was it when you went to town to resupply? Did you get a phone call there?
We could use a radio, like a Motorola, radio that could sometimes, you could make calls on it. But yeah, it was a delayed process. It was, like maybe once every couple of weeks you'd get a phone call out, but it was, mostly, the original way of communication, writing letters, and that's how we stayed in touch, with family and friends. But yeah, so they sent me up there. I started working, and it was just, chance of circumstances that I ended up, becoming a guide, at the age of 16. A couple of the other fishing guides that were there working, they got hurt in two separate accidents, if you will, to where they couldn't fish anymore, and the other guides that were around the lodge, kind of vouched for me and stood up for me and said, hey, let the kid, start guiding. And they did. They took a chance on me, and I started guiding at 16.
That was it.
It was all downhill from there,
Yeah. What'd you enjoy about it? I mean, being a 16-year-old kid, what are you guys fishing for? What were you guys targeting up there?
The river that we were on, it had the main species of salmon, so the first to come in would be the kings. Or the Chinooks, however you refer to them. So the kings would come in, and they would be followed, in the month of July was mostly, the pink salmon, the chum salmon or dog salmon as they call them. And then August, first part of September is mostly silvers. We did have a fly-out fishery where we would take a plane, we'd fly about 200 miles over to some tributaries that were coming off the Yukon River.
Really?
That held giant northern pike.
Really?
And that was,
I love northerns.
Oh, and these were big northerns. We'd catch 100 pike a day, and I'd say 20 of them would be over 40 inches. We were catching some pike up to, breaking that 50-inch mark. We were catching some 52, 53-inch, 37 to 42-pound northerns. And catching most of them on top waters, Zara spooks and big buzzbaits, and so that was always something that we look forward to doing.
I'd have been volunteering for that trip every time.
Yeah, each week there was one day, that as a guide, you got to go over there with your clients. We had one guide that, he had to stay at the pike camp. We had flown a couple boats over there, 2 boats, and had basically a spike camp there, where one guide, we all rotated in. We each had a week that we had to stay out there by ourselves and guard the boats and the gas. And each day the beaver would come in with four clients and another guide. and we'd go catch these big giant pike. But
Damn.
the guides got hurt. Yeah, 2 different accidents. One accident, this tight. The pike, they're real toothy. Yep. You wear a steel mesh glove a lot of times just because you're using steel leaders handling those pike. And one of the guides went to release a big giant, 40-inch fish. Well, that pike had one tooth that was hung up in a little loop of that steel mesh glove. And when he let that pike go, it started spinning. And in anyone who's fished pike before, they know how they spin, right at the boat. Well, this pike spun, and he spun the steel mesh on that finger of that guy's glove. And when it got tight enough, it just spiral fractured that guy's finger all the way up into his hand. So he was done. Literally 2 days later, another guy went to release a northern pike, and a pike's got a real bony jaw. Yep. And so when he let this pike go, the pike swung his head, and it didn't cut his hand. It didn't cut the tendons, but that pike swung his head, hit the guide's hand against the side of the boat, and just the force popped all those tendons across the guy's hand. And of course, all the muscles retracted up into the guy's hand. And so he was out. Guides took a boat, and I was in, and
that was it.
Yeah, that was it. I started guiding fishermen at the age of 16 in Alaska.
You were just up there for the whole summer?
Yeah, for the whole summer. I'd go back at the end of August, and literally the day after I got back from Alaska was back to school.
You flew back from Alaska the day before school, so you waited till the last minute.
Oh, yeah.
How was that transition coming back? I mean, for people that don't understand Alaska, it's one of the most amazing, incredible places you can ever go to explore anything. And it doesn't matter what part of Alaska, I feel like. It's all and very intimidating. It is. You can get in trouble very quick out there, and you realize how ready you are or how ready you're not for those situations. And so but it's just so consuming, and there's just something about Alaska that just draws you back every time.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And especially for a 16-year-old kid. Mm-hmm. When I first started going up there, I was pretty green. But even by the first year when I came back, I felt like I had grown leaps and bounds.
Sure.
And I was doing a grown man's job. And that's the way I was treated, at the lodge. That was kind of their philosophy, that if I can work and do the job of a man, that I deserve to be treated that way. And, that was good and bad, because at the end of the day, I was still a 16-year-old kid.
Yeah.
That felt like I had earned the status of being an adult. Mm-hmm. But I didn't quite have that adult mentality, that adult mindset yet. So while it was good, it also started some behavioral issues that caught up with me later in life, and by those I mean addiction issues. I started drinking in Alaska when I was 16 years old.
Okay.
That carried on into my life, and getting back from Alaska and being back to high school now, and having $20,000 in my pocket, that I just made, it changed the dynamics of my life. It changed the family dynamics within my household.
Really? Your parents noticed quite a difference, or it's probably your mom?
Well, it's probably my mom and my dad, that I came back and I felt like I had the right to maybe challenge some of
You're grown now.
Their authority. Mm-hmm. Or that I had the right to decide for myself what maybe the rules should be. And that's just part of the growing pains of growing up. But looking back on it now, I definitely challenged the authority within my own parents' household.
I bet. Well, I mean, you're free. It's you got no supervision besides obviously if you're doing your job, you're left alone. You get like you said, you're treated as a man, so you're able to drink in camp as long as you're probably not acting a fool. you're getting trusted with a lot of gear and equipment and people's lives because you're out on the water and things could turn quick out there, not to mention the wildlife that you're protecting them from as well. And then you come home and now you got your mom telling you to clean your room and do the dishes. You're probably headbutting with her really quick.
Yeah, there was a lot where I just, like I said, I thought I was a lot more grown up
For sure.
than I was. And
Yeah.
I didn't have the proper level of respect that I should have had for my parents, at that time. But,
Yeah.
It's hindsight 2020, looking back, it's.
How many years did you do that for?
I did that 3 years in a row. So it was
every
after
summer?
every summer. So my sophomore, junior, and senior year. After my senior year, I graduated high school, and the plan was for me to stay on at the end of the summer and then go to work for Lynn at his hunting camp. In Alaska, to become a professional hunting guide, you have to do a 2-year apprenticeship. And so that was the plan that I was on. Now, at the end of August, Lynn, he had a little plane. I think it was maybe a 205, on floats. He had a hunting lodge over in Denali, what they call the Wood River Lodge, and he was going to fly over at the end of August. He had to pick up some stuff and supplies from the fishing lodge at Unalakleet. I was going to jump in with him, fly back to Wood River, Denali, and start apprenticing to be a hunting guide.
Mm-hmm.
The day he came to pick me up, we literally loaded his plane. I got in the plane with my stuff. We took off, and it's a kind of a common occurrence. If you've done much flying in Alaska, the pilots will decide, oh, man, we're too heavy. Man, we got too much gear, too much stuff, and that's the way it was for us. We were trying to get off, couldn't get the plane off the water because it was too heavy. So he made a last-second decision. He kicked me out of the plane, some of my stuff, said he'll be back in a couple days to pick me up, and he flew away. And that was the last time I saw Lynn.
Really?
It was literally the next day. He had another one of his guides flying with him in a little Super Cub. They were flying their hunting camps, dropping off horse feed and supplies, and got into a plane accident that day and piled his Super Cub into a bank. Ended up, he ended up dying from that accident.
Okay.
The other guy that was with him, Lee, who was in the back of the plane, got a, busted up back and, a bunch of other broken bones, but he was able to survive. But
No kidding.
that was probably the first, I shouldn't say first moment, but another moment in life, where God made his presence clear and known by acting directly, in the affairs of my life.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if I hadn't been taken out of that plane at that moment, there's a good chance I probably would have been flying around in the plane with Lynn the next day, dropping off feed, and could be
just like
a
that.
different story than what it is today.
For sure. So after he passed, were you pretty much done with Alaska?
Yeah, once he passed away, everything was up in the air, so I wasn't doing the Alaska bit. I did still have the friend, that but leased the Big Elk Ranch in New Mexico. So that's what I transitioned to instead of going and staying in Alaska and working. Called that outfitter, let him know what was going on. He said, well, just come back to New Mexico. You can guide for me this fall, and then you can decide what you want to start doing. If you want to go to college, you can go. It makes sense. You could go the spring and summer semesters, and you could still guide for me in the fall. If you want to do things that way. So that's what I started doing. Started going to school at New Mexico State, spring semesters, fall semesters, and then I would, guide hunting in the fall.
So how was that? I mean, you go from being a young kid coming home with 20, 30 grand in cash from tips and getting paid out in Alaska, and then now you come back and you're in college. Did you pick up a job right away, or were you just living off savings? Because it's the guide life, especially if you're young and you don't have a family. I mean, it's lucrative. You can come home with a pocket full of cash.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and then now you're back to reality,
No, and the reality of the situation was that I wasn't mature enough at that point in my life to be able to handle that influx of cash, especially when I was in a position where I was, upset with my family situation, not because of anything that my parents had actually done, but just my perception of reality, at that time was that, I wasn't being accepted for who I was and the way that I wanted to live my life. And therefore I was forced, to kind of provide for myself and take care of my own, which was fine. But the reality of the situation is that my parents shouldn't have been enabling me, to continue. At this point in time, I was starting to drink heavily. I was getting into doing other drugs, smoking weed, doing. You got to remember, this was the late 80s. Cocaine was big on the same scene back then. And, and I started getting involved in all those things. And it was just, a combination of too much money, not enough maturity, resentments that were probably not valid,
Looking for reasons.
Yeah, looking for reasons just to be a rebel, just to, you're not going to control me, you're not going to tell me what to do. I'm a big boy, I'm working, I'm making money, I can decide for myself what my best life is. And, I proved very quickly that I was not capable of making those decisions,
Which is such a natural, I mean, it's like us in the military, and you get a young kid and you got guaranteed paycheck, and you get sent to these different countries, and you party like a rock star. You don't know any different, and I get it, man. I've been there, especially, and then you feel grown, you got a job. I'm an adult now. But I mean, even at 20, you still don't know shit.
Well, that's the biggest thing is looking back at it now. I can't even imagine, the military, with 18-year-olds and stuff, being drafted, back in Vietnam and being expected to go and do these things. For me, I can look at that time, man, I was not ready at that time. I understand everybody else matures at a different rate, but yeah, it's wild. Oh, it's wild.
Imagine being drafted to. I mean, obviously, I don't know how. It's different when you're forced, So I don't know how I would feel being drafted. It's got to be such a terrifying feeling to get a phone call or a letter, however they were doing it back in Vietnam. Like, hey, you got to go to war. I couldn't even imagine being some kid just fucking off at home, and all of a sudden, now you're drafted and you got to go and serve your country. It's that to me is fascinating. I would love to talk to somebody that got drafted and went through the whole entire process, because it's hilarious. I'm one of those people. I feel like everybody in our country should, at least, if you're not doing college or guaranteed college, you should do 2 years in the military. Just right out of high school, 2 years of military. Cool. Just to get some maturity, some life experience. You serve your country. We have numbers. We got a strong military. And if you want to extend and you want to continue a career after that, cool. But I mean, you got all these kids sitting around home and they're not accomplishing anything. They're not providing anything to their community or, their home. And I'm one of those. I would 100% vote that everybody should do 2 years in the military, just for the experiences. If you're not guaranteed college and you're not pursuing a college career in your job field, why not? A lot of these countries do it. But yeah, being drafted though, oh man, I could imagine just sitting on your couch one day and get a call.
And I would agree with that. I think that's probably a very wise, policy, that maybe we should think about moving towards. 2 years in the military, like I said, a lot of other countries do it.
Yeah.
When I look back at my life and where it comes to things that I may possibly have some regrets, it's probably in that time period. I do regret that coming out of high school, maybe I hadn't gone into the military just for that discipline, and maturity, and, just allowing 2 more years, of age, to catch up with me. I think that would have been, probably would have been good for me.
Absolutely.
The other side of it is I probably would be dead. Because for me at that time, and just the person that I am and my personality is, if I'm going to do something, I'm going to be wholeheartedly involved in it, and being a big hunter. I was also involved in the Olympic shooting sports growing up as a kid. So I shot competition small bore, Olympic style, 4 position, 22s, 50 feet, open sights. And you know, and I was good. You know, I was when I was 14, I think I won the Southwest regional, you know, junior Olympic shooting championship. So I would have gone into the military probably highly recruited,
Yeah.
you know, to be a sniper. I think I probably would have liked that game enough to the point where I probably would have been like one of these guys, Chris Kyle or somebody that just kept signing up, and you know, there's a good chance that I wouldn't be alive, you know, at this point in time. So, you know, everything happens for a reason.
That it does.
And you know, this is just the way my life's ended up.
Yep. So you talked about, obviously things started to spiral in college, you know, getting into the drugs and alcohol and everything. How did that play out as far as, you know, over the years? How long did you stick it out in college before transitioning out?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, my addictions landed me in prison.
Really?
Yep. Not in a direct manner. You know, it wasn't selling drugs, wasn't buying drugs, but for me, I ended up, you know, being convicted of robbery.
Really?
Yeah. I was, you know, at a bad point in my life, making stupid decisions. I was pulling some, you know, kind of point break kind of shit, like robbing stores to get money to fund. For me, it was hunting trips. You know, I would. It's, you know, I try not to. I try not to laugh either.
I don't need the laugh, but I was not expecting you're going to be robbing stores to go on hunting trips. It's usually not that.
No, but that's what it was for me.
Okay,
you know, I mean, at that point in time, you know, I got used to having money from working. When I didn't have money anymore, when I was going to school, you know, my parents kind of cut me off, you know, said that if you're going to be drinking and partying, you know, we're not going to support that behavior, as well they should.
Yeah.
You know, but at the time I didn't like it that much. Yeah. You know, I became rebellious, and I'd become used to having that money. I was entitled, if you will, you know, felt that I, you know, deserved to continue living that lifestyle. So when I wanted to go hunting or take a trip, I would, you know, knock over a store or something and get the money and go to Kansas and shoot pheasants for Thanksgiving, or, you know, go turkey hunting in Texas, you know, just different things. And yeah, it eventually caught up with me, you know, and I got caught.
How were you not knocking these stores over? Were you armed, or what was your, if you mind me getting into details about this, how were you going about this? Like, what was your thought process?
Well, obviously there wasn't a lot of a thought process, you know, behind it. But my thinking at the time was, you know, I was using a fake gun, you know, so it wasn't real.
Okay.
I knew what my intentions were, and that was, you know, not to really hurt anybody. You know, to me it was kind of a joke. It wasn't that big of a deal. You know, I'll just, you know, I would go, you know, into a store, you know, I'd act like I was buying something, you know, so that they would open the cash register. And then basically it was just, you know, use of threat or intimidation. You know, sometimes I think I'd show them a fake gun and, you know, just tell them, hey, you know, while that drawer's open, you might as well put the rest of the money in this backpack, you know. And
were you getting a rush from this?
I don't think I was getting a rush from it. There wasn't anything. I knew it was wrong.
Okay.
You know, so that's not the way I was raised. There was nothing in this whatsoever that I felt was right about doing it. I justified it in my own mind is because I wasn't going to hurt nobody. You know, it was just a joke. And if I could trick them into giving me my money or give me their money, then it wasn't that big of a deal. But you know, it was a big deal.
Yeah, for sure.
It was a big deal to them.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't know what my intentions necessarily were.
Absolutely.
And, you know, so I do take it very seriously. And it's not something that I'm proud of. I was convicted, you know, went to court. You know, judge sent me to prison, you know, for basically I was sentenced to 6 years. You know, I got found guilty on 3 counts of robbery. He gave me 3 years on each one, ran 2 concurrent and 1 consecutive. So I had a total of 6 years to do. And, you know, and I went and I did it. You know, I went to New Mexico State Penitentiary in Santa Fe.
6 years in New Mexico?
Well, it was a 6-year sentence. I did 3.5 years of it. You know, and like I said, I started off in New Mexico State Penitentiary, which is not a good place, you know, especially for a 22-year-old white kid from an upper middle class family, you know. Yeah, I was thrown right into the wolf's den,
Yeah.
And people that don't know much about the history of the Santa Fe riots or the state penitentiary, but there were some riots that happened, I believe it was in 1984, where the inmates took over the prison there in Santa Fe and held it, captive and hostage for like a week. And I think 37 or 40 people died, were killed. It's still to this day one of the most violent prison riots in the history of our country occurred at Santa Fe.
And here you are.
And that's where they sent me,
How did you get caught?
Just being dumb, just being arrogant and thinking that, I was above the law and that I couldn't get caught. Basically what I was doing is robbing these stores. Then using a mountain bike, I'd ride back to my dorm room at the time. I'd change my appearance. If I had a goatee, I'd shave my goatee or do something. And I just assumed that I wasn't going to get caught, had changed my appearance. And, I was walking across a parking lot, a couple hours after a robbery, and I was going to my friend's apartment building, and there was an undercover detective, that saw me walking and felt like I looked like, I fit the description of the guy that had been called in that robbed the store. And, he came and pulled up and started asking me some questions. And, at that point in time, I wasn't a very good, I guess, liar or something, because I caved pretty quick,
Did you?
Yeah, once I was confronted with what I had done, I knew that it was wrong, and I admitted to what I did, and and I stood up in front of a judge, and accepted responsibility for those, for those robberies, and it's just part of my life that happened, and not something that I'm proud of, but I feel like I've been redeemed from that point in life,
Sure.
and I've moved on, and tried to make the best of the rest of my life.
Yeah. It's all part of the journey. It's what those types of things I feel is what's sculpt us into who we become as a person.
Yeah, some parts of the journey are better than others.
That's a fact. So you end up in prison with a 6-year sentence. You don't know what you're doing. You could just slide that forward. There you go.
There you go.
So you end up in prison, got a 6-year sentence at 22 years old. What's going through your head at this point, walking into this prison for the first time?
Well, above and beyond everything is just survival.
Okay.
I could not comprehend doing, 6 years. You get out early if you get good time, but walking in, and going behind bars at Mexico State Penitentiary, I don't know how to explain it other than it's just an overwhelming sense of loss.
Okay.
I could not believe that I had allowed myself to do the things that I did, to justify doing the things that I had done. Shamed myself, shamed my family. And then, you wake up and you're at New Mexico State Penitentiary and you realize, man, I've got to figure out a way, to get through this and survive, in order to get out, because I'm 22 years old. Yeah, this is going to suck, but it's not the end of my life. At least I don't want it to be, so you adapt, you change, you learn, you pay attention to what's going on around you,
Did you get pulled into any groups or anything, or did you kind of roll solo while you were there? How do you survive at 22 years old as a white boy in a New Mexico State prison?
Yeah, for me, it was, kind of being a chameleon, learning how to adapt. That's also been one of my, strong points, in my life is that I can meet people from all walks of life and get along with them. I can identify. There's usually something with every person I meet that I can identify with, and that's where I try to, spend the most of the time, in conversation, and so I'm able to do that. I didn't really click up. I didn't belong. I didn't join the AB or the Peckerwoods. They're those prisons, New Mexico. It's all Mexican cartels, for the most part that are controlling them, Sindicato de Nuevo Mexico, the Mexican mafia, those type of people. And, for me, it was just about treating people with respect.
Absolutely.
Also, not letting people treat you with disrespect. There comes a point in time, I think, in every prisoner's career, where they've got to make a decision on how they're gonna do their time, and how they're gonna react. When people come to, there's gonna be people that are gonna try to bulldog you and try to, be a predator and take advantage of you. And and for me, it was just about every time that type of situation came up, man, you just gotta, whether you win or you lose, you've got to fight.
Yep.
You've got to make a decision that you're going to defend yourself. You're going to let other people know that you're going to defend themselves. And if they're going to mess with you, hey, there's a potential for them getting hurt. Mm-hmm. And that's that is the way of the world. That reverts back to the laws of nature.
Yep.
We're at the most primal point, our most primal instinct is our ability to defend and protect ourselves. That would be our number one inalienable right, that exists in nature, that comes from God, is we have the right to protect ourselves. For me, another big one, being within the hunting industry, and we can talk about this later or not, is I believe that my right to provide for myself through hunting or fishing is every bit as much as an inalienable right as my right to self-defense. Mm-hmm. There's some governments, state governments within the United States that will try to tell you that you don't have a right to hunt and provide for yourself. Yeah. That's some sort of privilege that the government decides that they're going to allow you to have or allow you to possess. And that's not the way that, that I see it.
Yeah. I feel you. I'm with you on that one. The fact that they can control how we do it, when we do it. I've always had a problem when it comes to providing for your family. Now, if you're out trophy hunting and you're doing, shooting shit with spotlights and after dark, okay, like that I can't get behind. But if you're out there and you're providing for your family, we need to make adjustments for that, for people to be, because I know a couple of families and they depend heavily on the fall to be able to shoot an elk or two, cows or bulls, whatever it is, and that helps their family big time throughout the year, because it just comes down financially. And obviously hunting's not a cheap sport, but I mean, they're not out there, they're not buying the top gear. You see these guys they're in jeans and a flannel and some old whole worn out muck boots, and they're just trying to put meat on their table.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's obviously got to be some laws and regulations and rules and seasons that we have to follow. But to flat out just tell somebody that they don't have a right to hunt, even if it's because, okay, so a right to possess a firearm has now been reduced down to a point, well, if you're not a felon, you can possess a firearm. Well, again, there's nothing in our U.S. Constitution that says that. Mm-hmm. The government doesn't get to decide, well, you violated the law. Okay, well, if you want to add on extra time, give me stricter penalties, for maybe violating, the use of a weapon, then that's one thing. But I don't think you ever lose the right to defend yourself or provide, for your family through hunting or fishing. There's rules we got to follow, but to just come out and flatly say you can't do it, I don't think that. I think that is beyond that goes above the scope of what the government's authority is.
For sure. So after you get, caught up, and then you do your 3 out of 6 years, correct? 3.
Correct. You're talking about on the state time? Mm-hmm. Yep. So I did 3 years, got out.
So you come out as a felon.
I did.
So you can't hunt anymore.
Nope.
How was that?
Well, in different states have different laws, but the way that it works in New Mexico is I was actually allowed to still hunt within the state of New Mexico, even because they have it in their constitution that regardless of your felon status, you don't lose your
Really?
right to, yeah. So it's like that in New Mexico.
Not a lot of states like that.
No, not a lot of states, but they say that even as a felon, you have the right to, remain hunting.
Yeah.
Also, the way that the New Mexico law operates is that they say that after 10 years from the completion of your sentence, that New Mexico no longer considers you a felon. That's because your rights are fully restored. They refer to them as what they call your mains rights.
Okay.
Mains was a court case, but what they've established is that once you possess your right to hold office, sit on a jury, to vote, and to possess firearms, as long as you possess those 4 rights are fully functional and restored, you are restored to full citizenship. So by New Mexico law, after 10 years from the completion of my sentence, I am no longer considered a felon.
Okay. Which will come into play later on.
It will come into play later, yes.
I'm sure you got your whole entire life pulled once everything went down. So then what are you doing for the next 10 years? Are you just guiding, or because now obviously you don't have, you were able to still hunt, but so you were only limited to New Mexico.
Yeah, so I left, I worked in New Mexico, lived in a little town called Chama, New Mexico for a bunch of years, coming out of prison. I went back to work there. I was working for a big lodge there, a place called the Lodge at Chama.
Okay.
Used to be Chama Land and Cattle Company. Again, I was working there basically full-time as a hunting and fishing guide, guiding fly fishing all summer, elk hunts in the fall. And in New Mexico at that time, we had a super long elk season. So we could start hunting on private land September 1st, and we didn't quit hunting on private land until March 15th.
Really?
Yeah.
How was that?
Yeah, it was a lot of killing. We hunted.
I guess.
Yeah, so the way that it would work, as a guide, I basically worked for 3 different outfitters. So I'd work for an outfitter during the archery seasons and October seasons, and we'd start basically at the top of the mountain where all the elk were. And then later in the season, when the elk started migrating down, then the other landowners, that's when they would hold their hunt. So, go down to a couple thousand feet in elevation and guide elk hunts from December through January. Finally, they would migrate off of there, and they would end up in the flats on another set of private ranches, and those guys would be hunting them February, March. Sometimes you were shooting bulls, and you'd go to pick them up, and their horns would pop off.
Really?
Yeah,
And I was going to say, if you're killing them that late, was it just cows, or were you?
Well, no, we were hunting bulls and stuff there. I think
Really?
in the heyday of when I was guiding, I think my record was in 1 year, I believe I killed 23 bulls.
Really?
Yeah, that's a lot of
pounds on the ground.
Yeah, a lot of guiding, a lot of hunting, a lot of experience. You learn a thing or two about hunting elk when you can hunt them from September 1st through the 15th. So
That's the best part of with guiding is if you want to learn something in a new area, go guide.
yeah,
And you will learn a lifetime experiences in a season or two, and you have it mastered. Not mastered, but you've got it figured out rather than just going and spending a week of your vacation trying to learn out how to hunt this timber or how to hunt the plains. And you go out there for a full season, you get completely just engulfed in it and learn so much.
well, there's a lot to be said for like I said, for guiding and the experience that you gain. There's always going to be the back and forth between guided hunts versus do it yourself, and
Yeah.
I don't know. For everything has its purpose. People that are fully capable of doing their own thing and know the animals and the habits
do
and
it.
can go to another state and have the time to be there for 2 weeks and get immersed in that, environment and do it on great. That's awesome. Well, not everybody has that benefit. There's people that work their whole lives, provide for their families. That's more important to them. Being, the caretakers and making the money and paying those bills, that when they do have, some of these guys, maybe they only get 2 weeks vacation. So if they've got 5 days that they want to go and hunt someplace, man, to me, it only makes sense.
Do it.
To
I was
hire a
one of
guy.
those guys for a while, like, oh, you got to go out and grind it on the public land and all that bullshit. But once I really got into the guiding side of things, it's like I still have some clients that they work their ass off. They save up all year. They have 5 days off, and they get their ass to wherever as fast as possible, and that's their time. That's what they want to enjoy, and that's all they're offered for that season. And I have clients that they got more money than they'll ever know what to do with, and they spend the whole season going outfit to outfit to outfit, chasing it, and they get a ton of joy out of that. And once I realized, I was like, who gives a shit what it is? If you're having fun and you have the means to do it, do it. Like I don't know why there was like this big rift between, guided hunts, and it's even the same thing with like a high fence. If you want to go shoot something behind a high fence, go fucking do it. Don't claim it as some public land shit and now you're out grinding it out. But if that's your thing and you want to go down and hunt something, by all means, to each their own. But I mean, yeah, as far as guided stuff, I have no problem. This guy comes out or wants to bring his wife and kids and they got a certain amount of time to get it done and get back home before they got to get back to work or before a project starts, all for it.
Well, and that's, for me, at the end of the day, you said it best. What does it matter? Yeah. Who gives a shit? Exactly. Was it the way that somebody else wants to do something?
Yeah, who gives
I used to be, I'm guilty of it. I'm not going to deny that. I used to be one of these keyboard warriors sometimes, that felt it was my responsibility to call everybody out on their bullshit or what they were doing wrong, or, even when you can just tell, that some people, just straight up making up lies. It's not my duty. It's not my responsibility to call everybody out and hold them accountable.
It's not even worth the time.
It's not.
It's not worth the time. If they want to do it, who gives a shit? Somebody wants to follow it, they'll figure it out soon enough.
Yeah.
Scum always rises to the top.
And for me, my cross to bear, it still probably is the thing. And I know I'm going to make some guys mad when I start talking to it, but for me, it's the shed hunters that, they're all about the sheds. And for me, I couldn't understand it. It didn't make any, why do you want to go pick up, dead sheds, kill it on a deer's, head, if you, and that for some reason, it just irked me that these guys found so much enjoyment out of picking up sheds, and I couldn't understand it. But guess what?
Who gives a shit?
It doesn't matter.
Who cares?
If they want to pick up dead calcium and they want to spend thousands of dollars doing it, and that's the way that they get enjoyment, fine. Who cares?
I was right there with you. I used to work in an office with these two kids, and they were hardcore. I'm talking, they're trying to save up money to get a guy in a little plane to fly them so they can glass certain areas and figure out how to get in the new areas. And I'm like, for horns? And they're, man, oh my God, I gotta chase the brown, And I'm sitting in my office like, listen to these kids talk, and I'm like, these guys are out of their fucking mind. And then finally it was like, they'd come back. I mean, I'm talking, they were the happy. They'd go and put on hundreds of miles in a week, hiking around, carrying hundreds of pounds of sheds on them. And they would come back the happiest guys ever. And I'm looking, I'm like, they're fucking retarded. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. And then finally I realized, I was like, God, these kids, who cares? They're so excited. It's just like the bicyclists on the side of the road. They're in their little spandex suits that everybody hates. I think we can all agree that everybody hates. What is the saying? A motorist hates a motorcyclist. Motorcyclists don't like motorists, but everybody hates a bicyclist.
Yeah.
Right? But if that dude,
they're not my favorite.
They're not mine either. But if that dude wants to spend 10 grand on a bike and put himself in some little spandex and pedal around with his friends on the weekend, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, who cares?
To each their own. It's not my thing. You're not going to see me putting on some little grape smugglers and pedaling around on the weekend up and down a mountain. Not for me, but hey, to each their own. I'm all for it.
Well, and that's also a philosophy that once I started realizing that within my hunting community, and then I started applying it to my worldview and the way that I looked at, what was going on within our country and with our culture, that's when I started realizing that, again, it doesn't matter to me, the way that you want to live your life or what you choose to do.
It doesn't affect you at all.
Well, and as long as it doesn't affect me, I really shouldn't have a say in the way that you decide to live your life.
Yep.
Now, that being said, there are some common things, there's for me at least, there's some absolute rights and there's absolute wrong. There's good and there's evil in this world. And, I'm going to try to align myself as much as possible with the good.
Yeah.
And sometimes that puts me on the other side of evil. And, sometimes when those two things get together, you've got to make decisions about what you're going to do, what you're going to support, what your values are going to be, and how you're going to defend and support those in your beliefs.
Yeah. So I want to get into the juice.
The juice.
Unless we want to go into some guide stories and talk some hunting.
Oh man, we can talk hunting and we'll probably make our way back to it. But, I do want to, let's get into the details of, what happened on January 6th. And,
yes,
I want to share as much as I can about that, in a transparent manner.
Yes, that's a big reason why I wanted to get you on, because I want to hear directly from somebody that had boots on the ground, that was there January 6th from start until your presidential pardon that just happened, and just hear it from somebody, because obviously with the mainstream media and everything that we've been fed through the social media platforms and news, I think the majority of it was all complete bullshit, and it was all set up, in my opinion. And so that's where, as soon as I think we were talking while you were still on house arrest, I'm like, the second you're free, let me know, because I wanted to know this. So I guess let's just start. What even made you want to go to Washington and protest? And have you ever protested anything before?
No, that's just it. I've never been to a protest in my life.
I think that was your first and last.
January 6th was my... was my cherry, if you would.
Yeah. What a one to pop it on, huh?
Yeah. Well, and obviously, that wasn't, what we had planned on or what we wanted to get involved in. For me, you got to rewind a little bit and go over to the question being, okay, how did I end up in Washington, D.C. on January 6th? Mm-hmm. The long and skinny of it is, I had a friend that was going, and my friend invited me to go. My friend later became my co-defendant. He'd called me sometime around Christmas time and said, hey, I'm going out to Washington, D.C. There's going to be this rally, for Donald Trump, a Save America rally. There's going to be a bunch of other American citizens there, just kind of showing the support, for the government. And, wanted to know if I wanted to come. And at the time, I talked it over with my wife. Politics was not something that I was hugely involved in. I'd become a lot more involved in them because of what was taking place in 2020, that I'd started to pay a lot more attention. But
I think everybody did at that point.
Yeah. And for me, that's what it really goes back to, is when the COVID lockdown started, that's when my red flag meter, kind of started pegging out and going through the roof.
Yep.
I was educated in middle school and through high school. I understood American history, civics, introductory to our Constitution and what it says and what it does, which is way more than a lot of the kids today. In public schools, they don't get educated at all.
Nope.
About those things. I'm maybe Gen X, I'm a Gen Xer. Maybe that may have been the last, real, generation that were educated, on a public level as to the civics, American history, those kind of things. But when COVID happened and the lockdowns and the shutting down of private businesses, I knew that was a direct assault on my civil rights, on the people's civil rights. Our founding fathers would have never stood to, for the government to come in and tell us I can't operate my business.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? That's my pursuit of happiness. Mm-hmm. You can't tell me I can't do that. Well, but there's this COVID, there's this virus. It's super deadly. Well, was it?
Mm-hmm.
at the time that they started those lockdowns, they already had enough information, in my opinion, to know what it was, and they continued the farce. They continued to go down that route, and for me, I think it was a lot to do with it. That was an election year, and so I think they used COVID to, at the very least, manipulate the elections of 2020. There was things that we weren't allowed to talk about on social media. I was banned by Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg. I was kicked off of Facebook for, just for voicing my opinion, objecting to the COVID lockdowns, objecting to, the medical tyranny that came in, being told what I can and can't take, and put in my body to protect myself. I'd been going to Africa for a bunch of years already, and we regularly took ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, to help protect us, against different viruses and bugs over there. So when the government all of a sudden started saying that those things were unproven, and trying to make it illegal for me to be able to use and to buy, that's when I knew that there was something else, kind of at play, and COVID was being used in a nefarious manner, at the least, to try to alter the elections, in my opinion.
For sure. I feel that if anybody was even paying any remotely close attention to anything, that was the most blatant. All of this is happening right now so fast. Everything's locked down except for Gavin Newsom's wineries and bars, and that to me was where I was like, we're not playing this game.
Yeah.
Here as a family, I'm not playing this game.
Right.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
And so that led. It was, for me, it was easy to predict what would be the results of locking down, a whole society. Mm-hmm. I knew the outcome that you would have. I don't know the best way to. You would have populations of people. For some people, the lockdowns weren't such a big deal. They have the means to provide for themselves. They have a bank account. They had savings account. They could survive. Without a steady income. For a while if they needed be. But then you have these lower income populations, minority populations, that all of a sudden you tell them, nobody can work, nobody can go anywhere. Yeah, they gave some stimulus checks but that population of the United States, that part of culture, they feel very threatened, I think, at that point. They start looking around and they understand that, I don't have anything. Mm-hmm. I have no way of providing for myself unless it's the government that's taking care of me.
Which is scary to
Yeah.
think about.
Yeah. And, so there was, problems that arose. Crime, started going through the roof. And that put these officers, our police officers, law enforcement officers, in direct contact, with people in a heated environment, and, that led to, ended up leading to the riots and the protests that we saw happen, all of 2020 long. A part of the population, a minority population, felt like they were not as protected as another certain class of people. And they took to the streets, to protest that. Yeah. And I'm all for people protesting. If they have a problem with our government or the way that they're being treated, that is what our First Amendment directs us to do. Mm-hmm. You have the right to be able to protest your government. And you have the right to do that in a safe and secure manner. Now, as what happened in 2020, we'll just call them the Black Lives Matter protests because that's what was, the premises behind them. But those protests became very violent. And this is going to play, I think for me, it played a big impact in what happened on January 6th. Because we saw these protests grow violent. And they grew violent, not so much, in my opinion, from what the Black Lives Matter people were doing, but because these protests were hijacked by Antifa.
Okay.
And people in this country need to understand who Antifa is and what they're capable of. These are not just some unorganized, that people want to say, well, they're a bunch of blue hairs and green head living in their parents', basements, that are just upset, because they don't get their way. And like that might describe a few of them, but Antifa is a highly organized, organization. They'll try to say they're not an organization, that we don't have presidents, but it is an organized organization. It originates out of East Germany.
Really?
The Weimar Republic is originally where it started. Antifa is supposed to be for anti-fascist, but their whole goal is to just destabilize any type of democracy, political organization. Anarchy is all they want. Mm-hmm. They seized the opportunity, under these Black Lives Matter, to come in and turn these, mostly peaceful protests, well, they turn violent, when Antifa comes in. They're the ones, that's their MO. They kick in the doors, they break the windows, they throw the fire bombs, and then they step back out of the way and they say, well, go ahead,
Yeah.
Go in there and loot the store, and that's, who I hold responsible for the majority of the violence that happened in 2020. And then that played into January 6th. And the fact of the matter that most of the people that showed up on January 6th were not showing up there to fight the government or attack the government. They were showing up with the ability to protect themselves.
Okay.
They expected there to be some counter-protesters there. They expected there to be Antifa there. It was on everybody's mind that violence, loud have happened that day. There'd been past protests 2 weeks earlier. People were stabbed.
Yeah.
Some Proud Boy members, I think, got stabbed by Antifa people at another political demonstration there in Washington, D.C. So people showed up at Washington, D.C., excited to see other Americans who still loved and supported their country, and instead of the whole we hate our country, defund the police, the whole woke agenda that everybody would be hearing, but they also came prepared to defend themselves or protect themselves in case violence occurred. I think we all know in today's day and age it shouldn't be this way.
Yep.
But anytime you go into a public gathering, you are putting yourself at risk of something extremely violent happening, whether it be a bomb, a car driving through the crowd, a mass shooter sitting up on top of a building inside a hotel room. But the people showed up on January 6th with the ability to protect themselves. They were wearing protective personal, PPE gear, personal protection equipment. Mm-hmm. A lot of it matched that of what the law enforcement was wearing. And when these J6 cases made their way into the courts, the way that the judges and the juries, basically were instructed, they basically came to the conclusion that if you were wearing any type of personal protection equipment, you are guilty of the intent to overthrow the government instead of just the intent to protect yourself.
So a lot of these men and women that were there came prepared for violence because they thought Antifa was going to be a big problem, but they ended up having anything that they had on that was all used against them as they were prepared to overthrow the government.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one point that I want to make clear, because that's one of the arguments that I always hear from people is, well, those guys showed up wearing bulletproof vests and helmets. They were obviously there to attack the government. You can't say that they weren't there, Patrick, to attack the government. They came. Why would you wear a bulletproof vest? Well, okay, let's rewind it a little bit and let's put this question the other way. Had a bomb gone off, had there been a mass shooting, who are the people that would have survived that scenario? The people wearing the helmets, the people wearing the bulletproof vests. Had Antifa showed up, and decided, I think there was just so many people there that they, knew better than to come up and try to start any, fights or anything.
That would have been that's a hell of a hornet's nest to kick.
Situation, but had a bomb gone off, and there were bombs that were found that day.
Really?
There was pipe bombs that were found, stashed, both in front of the Republican National Center, and they're in front of the Democratic National Committee or Center. There was a few different pipe bombs. Well, had those bombs gone off, who would survive? Okay, the people with the PPE gear. The law enforcement, officers that were accusing the citizens of wearing that gear to attack them. Let me ask you this, and it's a fair question. If you're a police officer, when you show up to work at an event like January 6th, what do you get to bring? And we'll use, Platoon 42, for example, which is a civil disturbance unit within the Metropolitan Police Department that I later had a confrontation with. Well, those guys get to show up they've got their hard gear on.
Oh, for sure.
So they've got all their elbow pads, knee pads, shoulder pads. They've got a helmet. They've got a canister, and most of them a pepper spray.
Mm-hmm.
They've got a body camera. They've got a baton. Some of them it's just a hard baton. Other ones are retractable, extendable. But they also, have a firearm, on their hip. When they get to show up to work one of the events, they get to bring all that gear with them. If you were to ask them, hey, would you ever work an event like this without?
No.
Would you show up? I asked same for the military guy. Would you go into a battle? Mm-mm. Would you show up on the battlefield without your helmet or your bulletproof vest? No, absolutely not. Those police officers will tell you, no, there's no way in hell I am showing up to an event without my personal protection equipment. No. Okay, well, so why is it so unreasonable that some of the protesters, were dressed wearing the same gear?
I get it, especially, with what we saw happen with pallets of rocks showing up and pallets of bricks just randomly appearing in these neighborhoods where Antifa is about to go through or Black Lives Matter was about to protest the day before. I mean, it would have been the smartest thing to do. I feel like if I was at an event like that, 100% I'm going strapped. Like, I'm not going to just walk around aimlessly, especially with tension so high. I feel like in the country at that point, we were on the verge of just overflowing into something pretty bad. So
yeah, and that's what people have got to remember is you got to put everything into the context. It's been 4 years, since that day. Mm-hmm. A lot of people, I don't forget all of 2020 long, but some people have kind of gotten removed. But it was a violent summer. The summer of love, burnt down.
Yeah, police stations burned down.
Yeah, so
2020 was wild.
Yeah, super wild.
Wild year to watch. I mean, it was history, not good history. But I mean, the shit that was going on. I mean, we just sat back and just like, what the fuck? I mean, you're scratching your head at everything.
Yeah, for me, the best way to describe it, is I felt like I was living in an episode of The Twilight Zone, where it just didn't make sense, and you just couldn't, reason didn't get you anywhere because nothing was reasonable.
No, that's a huge thing, and I've said it on this podcast probably every fucking episode. Make it make sense.
Yeah,
and none of it made any sense. None of it. The defunding, the riots, COVID, shutting things down, but churches were shut down, but a liquor store is allowed to stay open. You have politicians and their restaurants and stuff were open. I could walk in a restaurant and have to have a mask on, but the second I sit down, I could take it off, and now COVID mysteriously disappears. None of it. And that's why I was like, I'm not playing into this.
Yeah.
This is just all politically driven. This is all an agenda to divide and conquer and to just bring as much turmoil into this country as possible as fast as we can right before this election's happening and try to blame it on whoever we can. Right. That's how I looked at it.
Yeah. No, I think you pretty much nailed it on the head.
Yeah.
For the most part. And so in making the decision to go to Washington D.C., my original decision was no, I couldn't afford to go. My buddy called me back a couple days later and said, hey, man, I really want you to come with me, see some people that still love their country. I was pretty disappointed. I was sad, at the state of our country. I was heartbroken. I love my country. I didn't understand why people didn't. I didn't understand the divide. I could see what was happening, you know, that it was government officials that were using the circumstances, you know, to divide the people. And, you know, for me, it was maddening because it, you know, the citizens and the different citizens of this country was what make it so great. And it's the strength of the diversity of these citizens that when we stand together, we can accomplish anything that we want to accomplish. And it became very apparent that they were trying to keep us divided on purpose so that we couldn't accomplish, you know, what was best for, you know, the country and for the United States.
That's what makes America so incredible, is how many different beliefs and ethnicities and cultures and religions and everything that we have that makes America America. And I feel the only way that the left party is able to ever get anything is by just creating chaos. And that way it goes back to the oldest divide and conquer, race, police, military, everything's bad. And it's just, it wears on you. And to me, I'd see these people protesting, and we were never the greatest country. It's like, we might not be the greatest country. We might be. I haven't visited them all. But I'll tell you that the countries that I have been to, we are a lot fucking better off than they are.
Yeah.
And I have nothing to bitch about.
Right.
And you know the people that have something to bitch about that have never been anywhere? Those are the people that bitch. Go take your ass to downtown Kabul in Afghanistan, or go to Tijuana. It's close enough. You can just cross the border in Tijuana. Go walk around the streets for 3 days there and come back and tell me that this country is dog shit and we're horrible. Have we made mistakes in this country? Absolutely. Who hasn't? But that's the problem, is we dwell on so many things from the past and we obviously need to learn history. And that was another big thing that was the key tipping point for me, where I was ready for anything, was when we started erasing historical monuments, statues, and tearing things down because of the history of these people. That's the one thing that I was like, okay, this is where, if they want to bring some shit here, like, I'm willing to stand up for that. Because if you erase history, this is how you get in trouble. This is when you start forgetting what got us here, the path that was led before. We didn't make great decisions, but I mean, fuck, you look at slavery, man. Nobody's proud of that. But also, our country went to war. Millions of people, hundreds of thousands of people died
To end it.
And it's something that is like, we're so focused on it now, and it's such this driven force from the left, and everything is race. And it's like, yes, we're never going to get out of this. If we want to start pointing fingers and going down the history of race, we could break down all cultures. We could break down the Irish, for crying out loud, in this country. Look what we did to the Indian, the Native Americans in this country. Like, we are not perfect, and nobody claims to be. Am I proud of all the horrible things that have happened in the past? Fuck no. Like, nobody is. You know, no true American is. But it's history, and it happened. Cool. Let's build off of it. Let's move forward. But it's this divide. They have to constantly focus on the negative, and it's like, why aren't we focusing on the positives and these new generations and these kids that are learning things and bringing up and developing new programs and technology and science and medicine? We're so advanced over everybody, but everybody just wants to find the one negative thing and just they stick to it. And I don't know why our culture has come to that, and why we've been trained to dwell on so many things in the past. And it just blows my mind. That's every time I show the girls and people are protesting and screaming about dumb shit, I'm like, you want to know why? That's a privileged motherfucker right there. That's the most, that is a privilege. If you're crying how shitty this country is, the fact that you're standing on a platform screaming how shitty the country is shows you how great it is. Take your ass to Pakistan as a woman, or in Middle East, and go and try to protest and talk about how horrible everything is, that nobody's going to give a fuck. You'll get stoned and drugged through the streets.
Yeah.
And that's reality today.
Yeah. No.
But, you know, I just...
The whole gays for Palestine argument is just ridiculous. You know, I mean, if you put the gays in Palestine, they're all dead.
Dead. You're getting tossed off of a rooftop.
Yeah, they don't have that freedom and liberty.
And the gays for Palestine...
Not happening.
Tell me that there is propaganda without telling me that you have propaganda problems in your country when you have people protesting gays for Palestine.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't understand world history.
They don't understand anything. That's what they're fed, and that's what they believe in because of these colleges and getting indoctrinated, and you have these leftist professors, and that's all they're pushing on these kids. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, if you thought any of this through, that you're protesting to support people that would slit your throat and hang you from a bridge the first second they have. But we're a horrible country. Please go there and do your live streaming and vlog how your trip goes to the Middle East, protesting with your gay flags, dressed up as a tranny, walking through the streets. Let me know how far you get.
Well, and that's, some of that, accumulated on January 6th, some of that same mentality and those beliefs. People, they ask me, at some point in time you had to realize, that it was all a setup, why didn't you leave? Well, it's because at that point in time, we decided that this was a movement that was the American people were standing up for. Yeah. It was the first time, that the American citizens had come together to say, hey, listen, we're not doing this anymore. And that's where, the lines get, kind of confused. And when it comes to January 6th, the narrative is that the people went there to try to stop the certification of votes, to stop the transfer of power, to keep Donald Trump as president of the United States. And that's not what happened. That's not the narrative, but that's what mainstream media, the FBI, CIA, everybody jumped on that narrative and has crammed it down everybody's throats for so long now that that's what people believe.
Yeah.
The truth about what happened on January 6th is people went there to support their country, to cheer on Congress, hoping that they would not certify the election due to the allegations of fraud, due to allegations of unconstitutionally held elections in several states. The purpose was not to stop that certification from happening. The purpose was not to interfere in that certification process. The fact that we did interfere in that certification process, to me, is a tragedy. Because what we wanted to happen was for that process to play out and to have, a Congress not certify the election based on, those allegations, of inconsistencies, within the, in different states. For me, there's several different, people talk about, the election fraud through the machines, that numbers were changed.
Yep.
And there's, the whole argument that, ballots were added or brought in. To me, it's this simple. I don't know, and I guess we probably never will know what the actual results were of that election because it was never studied and never broke down. Nobody ever really explained it to us. But for me, several states, because of COVID, they changed the protocols to how they hold their elections. And it was done in an unconstitutional manner. And by that, I mean they violated their own state's constitution. Mm-hmm. When you get down to the ballot boxes and the mail-in ballots, normally those have to be requested. There are several states like Colorado where we do everything through mail-in ballots. And if that's the process, and I don't necessarily agree with it, but if that's the way that state has been doing their elections, then they can continue to allow to do that. But what happened in the 2020 election is several states, all of a sudden they're doing mass mail-in ballots to everybody. Well, their legislation in their state, Pennsylvania, wasn't set up for that.
Yeah.
If you want a ballot, you have to request it. And you can't just decide some secretaries of state can't go to a couple judges that they know are on their side and say, hey, you know what, we're just going to do mail-in ballots for everybody because of this COVID stuff. Have a judge approve it, and then you hold your elections. That's not the way it works. Yeah. And that's what I knew for a fact had happened. There was 5 or 6 key swing states that went to a total mail-in ballot system, putting drop boxes out that were unmonitored. And again, we don't have to even go into whether or not there was enough fraud that was caused because of this to affect the election. That's what a lot of people will say. Well, yeah, but they investigated it and there wasn't enough fraud to prove, that it would have changed the election. Okay, that's not the point. If there was any fraud, if the state particularly decided that they held an unconstitutional election, then that election has to be reheld.
Yeah.
And that's what we were expecting on January 6th. We were hoping that Congress would decide, hey, these certain states didn't follow their own rules. Let's send it back to those states, for further evaluation before we certify this thing.
So that was a big reason why you went. That's what you were standing up for. Were those swing states that overnight ballots? They had hundreds of thousands of ballots that showed up out of nowhere. We see this huge spike in numbers in the middle of the night. So that's all of that compounded on top of it, and that's kind of what led you to like, hey, I'm going to go and I'm going to voice my opinion or give my thoughts at this protest. Was that the big reason what swayed you to go there?
Yeah, that was, a lot of it was exactly that. I didn't know. And, and some people are you an election denier? I'm not an election denier because I don't know. The numbers say that Joe Biden had more votes. To me, that is undisputable. How they reach those numbers is where the question is. Yeah. And the problem with at that point in time is, and what I wanted to see happen on a personal level, is I just thought that there needed to be some transparent investigations.
I think everybody did.
And I thought it was wise for the country as a whole to take those allegations serious and to do some investigations just to prove that they were going to be taken seriously. In the spirit of election integrity, in order for the people to have faith and to trust those elections, you have to prove to them that you're going to take those allegations seriously.
Yep.
And so that's what I was hoping for. I said, listen, if you guys do this investigation, put a pause on it. Yep, it's not normal. Yep, there's going to be people, everybody wants to, we're a country, if we want instant results, we want it right now. But especially in 2020, there was enough circumstances that it would warrant a little bit more investigation.
From our point of view, at least from the American point of view, I feel that
I thought so.
Yeah, 100%.
And then it's what was happening is that wasn't happening.
It just looked right over.
Yeah, so this whole, there's half of America, let's just call it half, conservative America that thinks that there should be some investigation. And, the judges, the secretaries of the state, they just didn't want to touch it. It was the scalding hot potato. And I understand. They felt like especially given the political climate at the time, if one of these judges had stood up and said, hey, you know what, I'm not, this is not right, we need to, they were afraid, I think, that they were going to cause a civil war.
Damn near came to it anyways.
And it damn near did come to it, but that's even more reason why you've got to take an extra careful, close look and prove to the people that, hey, in order to prevent a civil war, hey, man, you know what? We did look at it. We didn't just write you off. We didn't deny your, as what was happening. People were filing, lawsuits against the states in courts, and the judges were not investigating in them and proving those allegations to be false. They were simply refusing to investigate.
Why that? Why right. At that time?
And their reasoning at the time was, well, there's not enough, we can't find enough evidence to support. Well, you can't find the evidence until you bring it into the courts and agree to look at the evidence. It's a catch-22. In order to discover the fraud, you have to look at it.
A lot of people were being paid off. I mean, obviously, we see what Doge is discovering now, and they haven't even scratched the surface of that. So,
yeah, imagine once they do the military.
Well, the Marines just passed. The Marines were the only ones that passed out of all the branches for the audit. Marines were
They signed up for it, basically.
And I had a buddy of mine who was like, hilarious. Marines were the only ones that passed an audit. I'm like, that's because that's all we do is dumb shit. we do more accountability of everything than I've ever dealt with in my life. So it makes sense that we know where all of our pieces of gear are. But
yeah, you're like, hey, do us. We got it.
Yeah. Well, we've been waiting our whole entire since 75 for this.
Imagine when they do the Bureau of Prisons.
Oh,
After what I've saw just in my short time, being there, I can't imagine the amount of waste and corruption.
Well, I'm back to the military side of things. I saw the other day there was this guy holds up this bag of bolts or washers, and he's like, these are aircraft certified, whatever, I don't know the terms, like, for aircraft. It has that. It was like $90,000 for this little bag of washers. I remember ordering a sledgehammer when I was in the Marine Corps. We broke ours, had to order it. It was hundreds and hundreds of dollars. I remember filling out the form for it. And it was just some shitty ass, not even like an oak handle, like pine handled 5-pound sledgehammer. It was
$19 sledgehammer
Home
down
Depot cost us hundreds of dollars
value or whatever. Yeah,
so I'm all for it. Everything that's happening right now, and we could get onto that afterward. But I'm all. The corruption that's going on and what it's led to. I mean, it's insane what our government's doing right now, and I'm surprised January 6th was the first that it's come to, and who knows where it's going to come after what's coming out now. But I don't want to get sidetracked, so I'll get on my tangent about fucking government. But so you show up January 6th, you hear that Trump's going to be speaking, giving a little rally, whatever. You and your buddy, you guys go marching 2 by 2 to this rally, and you're headed down the streets. Walk me through the day of January 6th when you showed up to the rally.
Yeah. So, I guess let's get into it.
Yeah.
So basically we showed up on the 5th.
Okay.
And I say we, my buddy Brady, he was flying from Salt Lake. So he came through Denver. I hopped on a plane with him in Denver, and then we ended up in Washington, D.C. He had a couple other buddies that he was meeting there, guys I didn't know. I didn't realize that we were meeting. I thought it was just me, me and Brady were going to be going. And then I had another friend from Salt Lake, that I had posted on Facebook, let some people know that I was going. And he had reached out to me and said that he was going to be there too, wanted to know what hotel we were staying at, yada, yada, yada. So we hooked it up. So there was 5 of us that originally got together on the morning of the 6th. We didn't have any other plans other than to go down to basically where the Washington, the National Monument is, the Ellipse, the White House, the National Mall. Close by there's the Lincoln Memorial, the reflecting pool, which was another reason why I finally decided to go. My buddy said, hey, you know what? I want you to come with me. I'll pay your way. That was kind of the deciding factor. I talked it over with my wife, and I was like, man, free trip to Washington, D.C. I'd never been there. A bunch of cool shit there that I want to see. Arlington National Cemetery being, probably the highlight for me in Washington, D.C. The monument to the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
The statue of the men pushing up the flag at Iwo Jima. Those two are, probably some of the highlights for me in Washington, D.C. So that's what I wanted to do. Go hang out with some other American people. It'll be fun. Love our country. Check out Washington, D.C. It's a free trip. Sounds cool. When we got there on the 5th, being at the hotel, we started hearing, some other people talking about that had been there that day and had gone to there was other activities the previous day. Some of those people, were telling us, that's when we started hearing about, well, after Trump gets done speaking, there's going to be a march. People are going to go from there down to the Capitol building and cheer on, Congress and hope that they, do the right thing is what we were wanting them to do,
Yep.
Which was to not certify the election. So we decided, hey, the night before we talked, man, we got nothing else going on. I wanted to see the Capitol building. That was part of the hit list of things that I wanted to see. So that's what we did. We went to the Trump rally. A lot of people were talking, and we walked around. Looked at some of the sites, and then Trump got up about. I think he started speaking. Maybe around 12 o'clock. We listened to him, talk for, probably about an hour. It was kind of just, the same stuff. He went over, a lot of the accusations of fraud. We'd all heard those. It wasn't something, I didn't think anything was going to change, necessarily. But we stayed there until he was almost done speaking, and I think we probably left that area about 1 o'clock.
Okay. Started
walking with the crowd. It was a joyous occasion. People were, happy, in a good mood, headed towards, the Capitol building. This was going to be probably around 1:30-ish by the time we got to the Capitol building. Trump's rally, there had to be, you'll hear different numbers, but, there's no way, at least in my opinion, that there was any less than 500,000 people. Probably, in between 500,000 to maybe 1 million people, that were at Trump's rally.
No kidding.
Minimum 500,000. The majority, or a lot of those people, not all of them, but a lot of those people were now marching, down to the Capitol. Once we arrived on the Capitol grounds, it was, I'm going to say, somewhere between, 1:30 and 1:45.
Okay.
It's important to note at this point in time that we separate that there's kind of two different events that are really going on January 6th.
Okay.
There was the event that we were coming from with Donald Trump down at the National Mall and the Ellipse, and then there was a protest, or a set of protests that were already going on at the Capitol building, and they had been going on at the Capitol building since around 10 a.m. that morning.
Okay.
Now, originally, there was, I think, at least up to 4 different protests that were permitted, authorized by the Capitol, Police, Muriel Bowser, protest permits for, different things, but all of them having to do with kind of the election, that were to be held on Capitol grounds. Traditionally speaking, historically speaking, there's been unlimited amounts of protests that have occurred on the Capitol grounds. So, people that showed up for those protests particularly, a lot of them didn't even go to the Trump rally. They held permits that they believed allowed them to have protests on the Capitol grounds that morning. When they had showed up at, say 10 a.m. To begin these protests, apparently the Capitol Police, Muriel Bowser, whoever the powers may be, Yolanda Pittman, they had decided to revoke those permits, those protest permits.
Morning of?
Maybe like 36 hours before. So the day before.
So the majority of people have no idea these permits have been pulled.
Right. So all the permit holders, the protesters, they showed up on January 6th expecting to have access to the Capitol grounds to have their protest. Now, when they showed up, there had been, these barriers that had been erected around the Capitol grounds, basically lining the whole perimeter of the Capitol grounds. And we're talking barriers, 3-foot-high bicycle rack things that they had put up, and there had been some signage that had been put up telling people that it was a prohibited area, that they weren't supposed to come on there. So when those protesters showed up and faced these conditions, they were upset. They was concerned. They felt like they held permits in their hands that said that they could be there, and now they were being denied their right to protest. They were being denied, access, which they felt like by the federal government to those Capitol grounds.
Rightfully so.
Apparently at around 12 p.m., some of those barriers came down. There's videos that circulate around the police, removing some of those barriers and allowing people to pass onto Capitol grounds. Some of them were most definitely pushed over. You can see footage of Ray Epps and some of the other protesters where they physically forced themselves, past those barriers and onto, Capitol grounds. That happened at around 12 p.m. So when we arrived at around 1:45, 1:30, whatever it was, none of those barriers were really in place. There were still signs, all over Washington, D.C., but you couldn't determine that we were not supposed to be on Capitol grounds at that point in time.
Yeah.
There's signs that say, stay off the grass, no, you can't, no accessing behind, behind this fence, it's private property, that kind of stuff you can see all over Washington, D.C. Long story short, when we showed up at 1:30, we were able to walk directly onto Capitol grounds. I didn't have to climb over any barriers. There was nobody standing out there.
So you got a wide open. So by the time you guys are showing up to the Capitol, the gates are open.
Yeah.
You guys, and you don't know any different. You're just strolling in and going to the crowd that you're already watching protest.
Yeah. We're walking across the street. We walk on the Capitol grounds. Nothing seems amiss. There was a lot of people. It was rowdy, but I've been to a bunch of heavy metal concerts and some rock concerts that are pretty rowdy too, you know, and I wasn't really expecting anything less, if with a couple 100,000 people, that were marching down to this protest. As we approach the Capitol grounds, I can see what they call the West Plaza area. I refer to it mostly as the West Stage area. And this is the area where, there had been a set of bleachers erected. There was a stage area. There had been a big sound tower, that was kind of erected in the middle of it that had, speakers and lights and different stuff, set up for it. As I approached the Capitol grounds, I looked up and I saw this stuff, and this is where all the masses of people were already gathered. Nothing seemed weird to me or amiss because that's what I was expecting.
Yeah.
I expected if Trump's going to be there and all these people are going to speak at this
showing
protest, man, there might as well be a stage. Mm-hmm. There might as well be bleachers, big sounds. None of it seemed out of place for me.
So at this point, you have no red flags. Everything seems as you would expect.
Yeah, no red flags walking onto the Capitol grounds.
Okay.
As we approach that West Stage area that we believe to have been set up for the protest, we start hearing, some explosions and, loud explosions like fireworks and, start seeing smoke. At first, again, I might have been a little naive in the situation. I'd never been to a protest. I thought this was all legit. We were where we were supposed to be.
Yeah.
So when I heard those first explosions, to me, I took it as, like at a rock concert, before the next performer comes out on stage, there's pyrotechnics and explosion, so that's, as I was approaching it, that's kind of what I took it in my mind.
Okay.
Was, well, man, they must, be really going at it, for this protest, announcing people. But then as we got closer, it became apparent, that something was amiss. You started, your eyes started burning, started seeing CS gas, seeing the gas, smelling the gas. And, my first reaction, man, what the fuck is going on here?
Can imagine, yeah.
We walked onto the grounds. We were told we were supposed to be here to have a protest. Now we walk up, and the first thing that happens is we're getting pepper sprayed, and they're throwing concussion grenades into the crowd now, and now there's flashbangs going off, and so we didn't go to the front area, right to the front. We kind of held up. We moved ourselves off to the side. It was apparent that something else bigger was going on and had been going on for a while before we ever arrived.
So now it's starting to set in. This is something that you're like, okay, we need to stand back and watch this unfold.
Yeah. It became apparent, that there was a lot more going on here. We kind of walked into, the hornet's nest had already been kicked. If you will.
Okay. Probably a great way to put it.
The hornets were getting angry. There was a loud buzz, and they were being sprayed with, pepper spray and flashbangs.
Yep.
And we didn't know exactly what was going on, so we didn't just dive into the middle of things. We were trying to remove ourselves. We were standing off to the left-hand side. I personally, when I was looking around, there was not any police. I didn't see any police officers near me,
Really?
around me. And that became concerning. When I started looking around at the size of the crowd, and man, there is a lot of people here, and there's not many police officers here, to protect this building. And better yet, now the few police officers that are here seem to be doing a very good job of inciting a riot.
How so?
Well, they're throwing pepper spray, flashbang grenades. I had learned enough after studying, the riots that had occurred,
Yep.
All 2020 long, that, there were some rules of engagement, especially concerning the use of chemical munitions.
Mm-hmm.
That a lot of the things that had happened in 2020, the riots had been sparked. Well, they had analyzed those, evaluated the police forces and the response. And in many of these cities across the country, my hometown, Denver, is where I was living, it had been decided that, and there was a riot that occurred in Denver. This was at the end of May, first part of June, during the George Floyd, protest and stuff that led to riots. Well, there was riots that occurred. Protesters got into it with police officers. Most of these cities, New York, Denver, have looked at those, and they decided that the police officers had violated the rights of the protesters to hold a First Amendment protected, free speech event, where they can hold a protest. They have the right to do that. They have the right to be able to do that without being, attacked by law enforcement. And many cities had decided that their police forces had violated the protesters' rights. And they had awarded those protesters millions of dollars. I think in Denver, they gave $18 million to Black Lives Matter protesters, whose claim was that they had been attacked by the police officers, unjustly so, and had been hurt or damaged because of that. So because of that, it had been determined, and this happened in Washington, D.C., in June. Muriel Bowser, Metropolitan Police, they had decided that they are no longer going to use chemical munitions, at any type of First Amendment protected event. They're not going to use tear gas and pepper balls. They're not going to use, non-lethal rounds because it could instigate the crowd.
Mm-hmm. But here you are, found yourself right in the middle of it.
Here we walk up, and that's all that's going on.
Okay.
So another part of the rules of engagement, for those type of riots or protests, if you will, is they've got to make an announcement, a dispersal announcement they've got to make it loud enough that it is heard by everybody, that this is no longer a protected protest. It has gone beyond that. And a dispersal announcement has to come and be made to tell the people that, listen, you are not involved in illegal activity any longer. You need to leave. And then they have to be given the amount of time to respond to that order.
Are you hearing any of this?
No, none of this is happening. There was no dispersal announcement being made, but there's already being, chemical munitions, flashbang grenades, tear gas, that kind of stuff is being used. Initially, as we were there trying to figure out what was going on, I could look up onto what was the scaffolding. You can hear him talk about the scaffolding, the whole stage area, which, just for reference, that whole stage, the sound tower, the bleachers, it hadn't been set up for the protest. That had been set up for the inauguration.
Got it.
Which wasn't still for another 2 weeks. This is what comes into question where people start asking me, well, didn't you realize at some point in time, that it was all a setup? And it was a little bit later, that you started realizing that, okay, if they knew that this big giant protest was coming, they had to have known.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they have this whole setup? Once we got to the bleachers, there was equipment everywhere. There was pipes laying around, again, the whole pallets of bricks, that showed up at, BLM protests. Here you showed up and you start looking around, and there's pipes, and there's 2x4s, and there's ropes, and there's all this equipment that's just left around in the open for anybody to grab and to use.
So I mean, you're protesting in a construction zone.
Yeah.
With scaffolding, which people are obviously going to climb and use all this stuff.
Yeah.
So what are you guys doing at this point? Now that the pepper spray's going off, they're tear gassing, flash banging people. Where are you guys in this scenario, or the situation, I should say? Like what's going on?
Again, we're still trying to figure out what's going on. So we've removed ourselves from the situation a little bit. We're standing on to the northwest side, of that West Plaza stage area. Personally, man, I'm hoping some police is going to show up, to be honest with you. Things are getting rowdy, starting to dissolve a little bit. I'm hoping that, some police officers are going to be here to kind of keep things calmed down. Soon I could see up on the scaffolding, the scaffolding was kind of see-through a little bit, but it was white. But I could see police officers climbing the stairs, and they're all carrying guns, looking like, AR-15 type stuff. Turned out later, find out that those were pepper ball guns, but I couldn't tell that. Yeah. People were starting to climb up on some of the walls, and climb up on the scaffolding. Things were starting to get a little, wild. But I could look up and I could see all these officers, coming with these guns. People were climbing on the walls. My buddy that was standing next to me, I said, man, what are these people doing? These people are idiots. He said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, what are they trying to do? And he said, well, I think they're trying to get into the Capitol. And I said, well, why? I hadn't made the connection that there was any reason to go into the Capitol. That was not something that, well, I think that, to protest, the election results. And man, they're a bunch of idiots. They're about to get shot. I saw police officers. I assume they were carrying guns. And this is probably not going to be a super popular opinion, but from me, with some other J6ers and stuff like that. But when it comes to the defense of the Capitol building, I expected the men and women that were put in charge of protecting that, that if it came down to it, would use lethal force. Mm-hmm. I expected that would be something that they would do. Okay. If the building was being attacked, if it was literally trying to be broken into, I believed it was within their realm to use lethal force to protect that building.
So at this point, you're watching them climb things now. They're working their way up. The crowd's pushing toward the doors or up the stairs. And the whole entire time you're thinking like shit's about to go down. So now it's starting to get serious for you.
Yeah. Now it's definitely gotten serious, and to where I'm on the verge of it's getting close to where things could get lethal. Yeah. And that's something that I didn't want anything to do with. And that's the argument that I was making to the people that were there in front of me that were trying to climb up on the scaffolding. Man, what are you guys doing? You guys are about to get shot.
So you're right in the crowd. How far from the scaffolding were you? Because I remember these.
Well, from now we're 15, 20 feet away from the scaffolding. Yeah, okay. We're at the front of the line. We're still the majority of the crowd is farther off to our right. That's right in front of the stage. We couldn't even see the stage at this point anymore because we were so far forward on the left. On the north side of the stage, we couldn't actually see what was going on down that line because the scaffolding was now blocking us. But so things are starting to dissolve. I'm having an argument. Other people are yelling at the people. It's a back and forth. Hey man, what are you guys doing? You're about to get shot. No, some people felt like that it was necessary to go into the Capitol. Again, who those people were, I don't know. Yeah. Antifa, people say, well, Antifa wasn't there. Well, if you're looking for Antifa to be showing up in an all black block uniform, that's not the way that they're going to roll into this scenario. They know if they show up in black block that they're going to just be annihilated right away. So what do? They dress up, like the people that they're around. So, Yep, people were saying at this point in time, you need to go into the Capitol. There was people on megaphones, again, who they were working for, whether those were some of the FBI informants. You don't really know.
So you got people on megaphones at this point screaming, we got to get into the Capitol.
Yeah, people, hey, listen, let's go to the Capitol. Other people are arguing, citizens are arguing, no, that's not the way, that's not what we're about, that's not what we're here to do. I'm secretly hoping that there are going to be some police officers that are going to help, trying to keep this thing under control. But it was, out of control. It was becoming out of control. And it was at that point in time, when supporting units were being called,
Okay.
riot squads were being called. They were calling for other police officers to show up at the Capitol building, that their assistance were needed. And that's when Platoon 42, is a civil disturbance unit, CDU, within the Metropolitan Police Departments. That's when they showed up. They were called on scene to respond to that West Plaza area, which is where those barriers were, around the big sound tower, where you see a majority of the violence taking place, at least early on in that day.
Yeah. So there's got to be so much going on at this point. Is it pure chaos, or is it still kind of a protest? I mean, how much time has elapsed at this point?
Well, not very long. I said we showed up there maybe, let's just call it 1:45.
Okay.
When we walked onto Capitol grounds. Within 5 to 10 minutes, we realized that there was FUBAR.
Quick.
Yeah, so quick. This is not good. A lot of people say, why didn't you leave? Why didn't you, right then and there, why didn't you leave? Well, it's a good question, but, I'm just not that type of person.
I would have watched it.
I wanted to know the truth about what was going on in my country. I wanted to know the truth about the elections. I wanted to know the truth about COVID, and I'd been denied the truth.
Yeah.
And I felt at that point that the only way that I was going to know the truth about what happened that day was to stay and witness it.
Yeah, 100%.
I knew that whatever happened was going to be twisted and manipulated by the mainstream media to push an agenda that they wanted, the American people to believe, and it was. Mm-hmm. But I know the only way to combat that was to also have some level-headed people observe, and so that's where I went into kind of an observation mode.
Okay.
I've worked as a cameraman. I filmed a lot of TV shows, hunting shows, filmed TV shows for the Outdoor Channel. I know what it's like to record and to be a cameraman. And I kind of slipped into that mode at that point in time that, what, I'm just going to try to document everything, as best I can, keep some civility if at all possible. Mm-hmm. I didn't want to see police fighting with protesters. I didn't want to see protesters fighting with police, but, so I didn't leave. I wanted to see how it was going to play out. Now, while we're standing there in the middle of this chaos, we hear some cheers and also some jeers, coming from off to our left. When I turned to my left, I could see an approaching line of officers. They were all in their hard gear. Face masks, face shields, batons, all strapped down. They're all carrying guns on their hips. And they've gotten into a point where they're approaching the crowd, and the crowd became so densely packed, there was too many people that the officers couldn't get through anymore.
Okay.
And this is where they made a mistake. At least I think they made a mistake. And there's most of the officers later on, when you listen to their body cam footage and stuff, they also admit that they made a mistake. And the mistake was, instead of going around to support that skirmish line at the front of the stage, to me it makes sense that you do that from the rear. Mm-hmm. Always provide support from the rear. You're a military guy, and maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, does it ever make sense when you're in the middle of a battle type scenario? Would you insert yourself into that scenario by cutting through the people that you think is the enemy? So whoever their leadership was, put them in a bad position, to where this
surrounded.
Yeah, this crowd of officers basically tried to insert themselves into this scenario by forcing their way through the crowd. And in their own language, when they describe the scene later, they openly admit that, the crowd became so densely packed that they were reduced to single file line, walking in stack formation to try to force their way through the crowd. So these guys showed up and they began forcing their way through the crowd. This became, violent pretty quickly.
An already agitated crowd.
Yeah, an already agitated crowd. A crowd that these officers seems to believe is their enemy.
Yep.
At this point in time. And these guys come into the crowd. Their forward progress gets stopped to where they can't keep progressing. So they start to use their batons, forcefully pushing back the crowd to create space for themselves to enter themselves, into this scenario. Well, the crowd didn't particularly like that a whole lot.
Don't blame them.
They're already upset that they're being fired upon by police officers. Some of them had already got shot by rubber bullets. Some of them had tear gas, explode in their face. Others had flashbangs, blow up, close to them.
Yeah.
At this point in time, we'd seen two other gentlemen. I believe there was actually 4 people that died on January 6th. All 4 of them were protesters. 2 gentlemen, and I'm sorry I can't remember their names because they deserve to be, their names remembered, but they had died as part of that crowd. The official results were, complications due to pre-existing heart conditions.
Mm-hmm.
But when you start dropping flashbang grenades and concussion grenades in the middle of a crowd, I guess those things can happen. So this crowd has been getting fired upon. Seen some people carried out, bodies of these other gentlemen, were carried out of the crowd. They believe they're in the spot where they're supposed to be, to have these protests. And then the police officers showed up, trying to force their way physically, into the middle of them. The argument can be made that at that point in time, the police officers became the aggressors. I'm sure the officers will make the other argument. Well, no, the aggressors was the crowd. And there's going to be different opinions on that, and they're probably both valid.
Yeah.
That's the hard thing about this scenario is it's a complex issue. But
it was a shit show.
Yeah, it was a shit show. When these officers showed up, started pushing the crowd didn't like it. There became a standoff scenario where the people kind of circled around those officers. They were telling them things like, hey, you know what, we're on your side, same team, back the blue. We love you guys. What are you guys doing? No. We're not here to fight with you. We don't want anything to do with fighting you guys. And there was other people there too that, instigators, if you will. They may have just been, hardcore, American patriots that were just mad and pissed off at their government and who didn't have any respect for the police officer.
Yeah.
Those people exist. Mm-hmm. Some of them I'm absolutely convinced were Antifa people that were simply there to instigate, the crowd and try to pick fights with the police. We now know at this point in time that there was, FBI, people that the crowd was full of them, and some of these people, on their own body cams and footage, it is showing them encouraging the American people to move forward, and to move up the steps. But in this scenario, and that's all I can really talk about because that's what I was involved in, the police showed up, were being rough with the crowd. The crowd didn't like it. There was a standoff situation. My friend Brady, we weren't part of that original, blockage of those officers, if you will, but their forward progress was stopped. They were surrounded by other people in the crowd. There was a lot of arguing going back and forth. My friend Brady felt like, I guess, that it was his, he was in a position where he could kind of step to the front of the crowd and try to keep some peace, try to talk to the officers and explain to them, hey, man, you guys need to chill out a little bit. You're not in the best position, to be roughhousing, 200,000 people or whatever the numbers were that were actually there. Also trying to tell members of the crowd, hey, man, you guys calm down, man. These guys are not the issue. We're not here to yell and fight with the police. They've got a job to do. They're here to do it. Leave them alone. Guys, we don't need to be assaulting. And that's where we were at, you know. Now, Officer Hodges, which is one of the officers that was there that day, he was at the front of that group. If you'd recognize the name Officer Hodges, Daniel Hodges is his full name, is because he was also one of the 4 officers that later ended up testifying to the House Select Committee. There was 4 officers out of all the officers that were there that day that testified to that House Select Committee, and he was one of them. He mainly testified because 2 hours later in the day, around 4:30, he became the officer that we all see in that West Tunnel scenario. He was the officer that got smashed between, you know, at the doorway. He got pinned at the doorway between protesters and the police officers that were inside the tunnel. That was a separate situation 2 hours after, you know, I encountered him.
Yeah.
But he was the officer that was there. He was at the front of the group. We were standing in front of him, having a heated discussion back and forth. I mean, it was loud. You know, you had to be yelling back and forth at each other because of the environment. You know, there was no way of hearing, you know, what anybody was saying without yelling. We were telling the police officers, you know, hey, you guys got to calm down, relax a little bit. The officers weren't saying a whole lot of anything. You know, we were asking them, you know, where do you guys want to go? Where are you responding to? They weren't called to respond to that area. They weren't making any arrests in that area. So we were trying to, what is your purpose of being here? And some of them said, you know, we're not trying to be here. We're trying to get to there. Okay, you know, well, that makes sense, but this isn't the way to go about it. Hodges was at the front of the group. If you look at the body cam footage from the people that were at the rear of the group, and this is where, you know, the sergeants and some of the, you know, higher ranking officers of the platoon were at, the people at the back of the group were saying, hey, we need to retreat. We need to fall back. We made a mistake. You know, we can't be forcing our way through the crowd. You know, this is not good. You know, it's instigating things.
For sure.
So most of the command and the officers were saying, we need to fall back. Hodges was at the front. In his defense, I'm sure he couldn't hear what those other officers were saying, but he made the decision that they needed to move and make way. On his body cam footage, I'm standing right in front of him. He gives me a direct order. He says, move, make way. I've been around enough law enforcement. I've got enough law enforcement friends to understand that when they give you a direct order, at that point in time, yes, you have to obey that direct order. And so we did. He said, move, make way. You can see me on video, you know, move out of the way, put my hands to the side. I create a hole for this Officer Hodges, you know, to leave, to continue going about his business and to do his duty. When he leaves that group of officers, none of the other officers followed him.
So now he's on his own.
Yeah, so he left that group. Immediately upon leaving that group, there's a guy standing in front of him, and Hodges uses his baton, you know, to push this guy out of the way. This is an elderly gentleman, you know, 65 years old. You can see him on the cam reach up and grab onto Hodges' baton. Again, in self-defense, you know, protecting himself. He wasn't attacking Hodges. He was just trying to keep from being hit with the baton. This happened to be the second incident within about 2 minutes in which Hodges' baton had been grabbed. Earlier, again, he had pushed somebody from behind, and that guy had also turned around and grabbed onto Hodges' baton. 2 baton grabs within 2 minutes. Once Hodges realizes he's by himself, you know, I think a little bit of panic, you know, kind of sets in. You know, I don't question his courage. You know, that's not what I'm here to do. But if I was by myself in the middle of a hornet's nest, I would be afraid as well.
Yeah.
So I think he became afraid, rightfully probably so at that point in time. He made the decision to try to get back with his group of officers. In doing that, now he was approaching the American citizens that were in that situation, which all had their backs turned to him at this point in time. In his own words, this is not me making this up, this is Hodges' words that you can see in his testimony that he gives to the House Select Committee. That testimony is on tape. It's on YouTube. It was broadcast to all the world to see, broadcast to all of Washington, D.C. to see, long before my trial ever occurred.
Yeah.
So he got to tell his side of the story without facing any type of cross-examination. No lawyers, questioned his testimony. But we're getting a little bit too far ahead of, we're getting too far ahead of ourselves, into the legality of the prosecutions. This is simply, Hodges trying to make his way back into the crowd. On his body cam, he's got his baton in his left hand. You can see him reaching up and grabbing people by their collars, by the back of their shirts, by their backpacks, throwing them to the ground. You can see his baton in his left hand, making contact with the back of people's heads, with their backs of their necks, their shoulders. You can say that he wasn't, or he can say that he wasn't actually hitting people. I don't know. It's up for debate, but he's got his baton in his hand. He's grabbing people. Bodies are hitting the floor. As he's approaching me, now I'm stuck in the crowd. I look off to my left, and I see Hodges coming back into the crowd. I'm trying to move. I can't retreat. I can't leave the area. I'm stuck between a wall and another barrier. I try to back up to get out of his way as he's coming. I can't do it. Right before he gets to me, there's another gentleman that tries to put his hands on Hodges, just try to stop him, if you will. He's attacking people, in my opinion, from my viewpoint, from behind. They're hitting the ground. Another guy puts his hands out, try to stop Hodges. Hodges turns and with a double-handed baseball bat type swings, and he hits this guy in the rib cage, hits him twice, wham, wham, in the ribs. As he turns and he lifts his baton, we make eye contact. At that point in time, it was an instinctive reaction. He had the baton lifted. I assumed that the next thing it was going to be used for was to hit me or the people in my immediate vicinity. Without thinking about it, I didn't make a conscious decision. I wasn't mad at Officer Hodges. Had no ill feelings towards him. But without thinking, instinctually, I reached out and I grabbed onto his baton.
How'd that go over for you?
It didn't end very well. It didn't end well at all. Immediately when I realized, like I said, it was an instinctual reaction. I didn't want the baton. I wasn't trying to grab the baton. I wasn't trying to rip it away from him. I was just simply trying to stop what was happening from happening. I didn't think that it was going to be of anyone's benefit, if people continued to get hurt, in this situation. I just reacted. I grabbed onto the baton. Immediately, I regretted it.
What did he do?
Well, as soon as I grabbed onto it, I didn't have a plan of what to do next. It was literally a case of grabbing the tiger by the tail. Mm-hmm. So as soon as I grabbed onto the baton, the kind of crowd kind of surged in my direction. We both ended up kind of getting pushed to the floor. It was kind of like a big mosh pit at that point in time. If you ever, it was just body surfing, body moving. We got pushed to the floor. I fell down on my belly. I had one hand on the baton. Officer Hodges was on top of me, trying to grab the baton out of my hand. At this point in time, I started getting hit with other batons, other officers that were there. Oh,
really?
Yeah, they started doing the whole pummel me with batons routine. And I was face down on the floor at this point in time. I've trained a little bit, done some Krav Maga, study and training. I know how to defend myself somewhat. I realized that if I let go of that baton while I was face down on the floor with the officer sitting on top of my back, there's a good chance that I would have taken a severe beating.
Yeah.
I made the decision at that point in time not to let go of the baton until I rolled over on my back where I could get my feet up into a defensive position, where I could use my feet, just like you would in a MMA match, to keep people away from you. Once I got in a defensive position where I felt like I could better defend myself, I let go of that baton. I did use my foot, to push Officer Hodges. They say that I kicked him in the chest. If you read any of their terminology and in their indictment is, that I kicked Officer Hodges in the chest. And that was me assaulting the police officer.
Okay.
And that's not what happened, at least in my opinion.
Yeah.
I let go of the baton. I used my foot to push off the shoulder, create some space. Got whacked with a few batons. My buddy Brady, grabbed me, pulled me up, pulled me out of this situation. And, that was it. I think I stood up. I gave the officers the double finger, salute. At that point in time, I wasn't real happy with them. I felt like we had jumped in, to try to help them not escalate the situation. We were trying to keep violence from occurring, and
wasn't happening.
It wasn't happening, and at that point, that was pretty much over with that scenario. My friend picked me up. The officers, made their way, and they finally made it back behind the barriers to where they were supposed to be, and their day, went on from there. My day, to be honest with you, right there, I was ready to be done.
Oh, I bet.
I was in some pretty immense pain. They know where to hit with those batons, to cause pain.
Where'd you get hit?
They hit me right on the inside of the knee, on the ankle bone, on my forearm, on my elbow. I thought my arm was broken. I thought my knee, and I mean, it hurt. It was that type of pain, like when you're
deep pain,
like when you want to throw up, like you're about to hurl.
Pain, yeah.
And that's where I was at. After that situation,
God bless.
I stood up, and there was still chaos going on around me, but man, no, I was sick. I wanted to throw up. I didn't understand what had just happened. I didn't. How in the world have we gotten to this point? Where I was grabbing onto a baton in the middle of, can only be described as a riot. At this point in time, and I was done. I wanted nothing else to do with it. Unfortunately, that was about the time, when these guys get on the microphones, get on the megaphones, and they start making announcements that Mike Pence had certified the election. And this was a big turning point. This is what people need to understand about that day. People didn't go into the building trying to interfere the certification.
Okay.
At this point in time, it was being announced that certification was over. That Mike Pence had certified the election, that all hope was lost, that it was done, and the process was over.
Go home.
Yeah. There's no more chance. You guys that are hoping that the certification, won't be certified. Your hopes are done. It's over. Now, I'm going to say that this was a lie. That certification process was not done at that point in time. It was still ongoing. I was naive at this point. I didn't know how long that process took. The crowd, I think, was probably just as naive as I was. And when these announcements started coming down the pipeline that Mike Pence had certified the election, people became, angry.
Do you think that was a strategic play by the FBI that was in the crowd, or was that just ignorance?
I think it was a strategic play by somebody.
Okay.
I don't have enough information to say that it was the FBI that, that planned this insurrection. I'm not going to be the guy that says that, but I think it was allowed to happen.
Okay.
It could have been prevented. At this point in time, I don't know, and I still don't know who those people were, but it changed the crowd's mentality.
So you see a shift in the rioters now. Now it's a riot. You got cops that are full hand to hand in a crowd. You just got your ass whooped by You got your.
And some people will say rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean,
I felt like I was doing what I needed to protect myself.
I mean, I'd say rightfully so. If I grabbed a cop's baton and he beat the fuck out of me, I'm like deserved.
Yeah.
I mean,
and that's where I was at that standpoint.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, you know what? You get close to cops with batons, you might get hit by one.
Yeah. Shocker, right?
But at the same time, too, they didn't try to arrest me. They didn't put me in place cuffs.
So you think you're good at this point?
If they felt like I had assaulted a police officer, they should have absolutely thrown me in handcuffs at that point in time.
For sure.
And they didn't.
So now all this goes down. Got beat up by cops. They're on the megaphone saying that Pence signed off on it. So now the whole energy of the crowd, is it turning more aggressive at this point? Or is it, hey, let's go inside? Or is that all hand in hand?
No, I mean, I think there was, again, different people had different agendas.
Mm-hmm.
You can't paint all the events with a broad paintbrush that covers everybody.
Yeah,
There were some people there that, no doubt about it, from the very beginning, their intent was to get into the building.
Okay.
Very small percentage of people.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of the crowd, now they believed that Congress had not upheld the Constitution in the fact that they had certified the election without investigating, at least investigating those claims of fraud.
So it's a huge slap in the face.
Huge slap.
Everybody that's, I mean, to America in general, but to everybody that's there, you all are like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, to prove my point even further, that we didn't show up with that mentality of interfering with the certification process, is because, people were hoping that Mike Pence was going to be their savior.
Mm-hmm.
So people didn't show up that day. At least the majority of people didn't show up that day screaming and yelling,
There was still hope.
Yeah, fuck Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence. That wasn't the rhetoric that people showed up with. Everybody was happy. They were hoping that this was going to happen. And when it became apparent, or it was announced that wasn't going to happen and it couldn't happen anymore because that process was over, now the same crowd, who at this point in time, now they've been being assaulted, or felt like they had been being assaulted by the police officer for over 2 hours now.
I mean, you're in just a bowl of just
Yeah,
chaos, getting pepper sprayed, beat up.
shot with rubber bullets, all this other stuff. And I think that was the final point.
So it's starting to boil over at this point.
Yeah, and I think that was the point where a lot of people just decided, you know what?
You're doing it.
If you're not going to listen to the American people and our voice isn't going to be heard, then up the stairs we must go, into the Capitol. People felt that was a legitimate, reaction at that time.
Yep.
Again, I wasn't one of those people. I never felt like anything was going to be accomplished by me forcing my way into the Capitol building.
Yeah.
But at that point in time, when the rest of the crowd, they started going up the stairs, my friends that I was with, we had lost a couple already. There was 5 of us originally. 2 had already disappeared. I don't know where they went. So now it was down to just me, my Facebook friend Gary, and Brady. And we had a discussion as people were going up the stairs. What do we do? Should we go up or should we not go up? For me, that was the major dilemma, was because up until that point in time, I felt I had been within my legal bounds.
Mm-hmm.
The Capitol grounds, I felt, were originally permitted for protest. That's what I came there to do. The police officers, I felt like, had inserted themselves into the crowd violently, making them the aggressors, forcing myself to defend myself in that scenario. But, and this is where I thought their barriers had been set up to keep the crowd back. Once I made the decision to go up the stairs with the rest of the people, I felt like that was opening myself up to, misdemeanor trespassing charges.
So you were aware. You were like, okay, this was one of our questions. At this point, you're starting to go inside. Have you processed it yet, or has it started to feel that this is a setup at this point? When did that register with you? Like, this is looking fishy.
Yeah, it hadn't. The fact of it being a setup hadn't really started registering yet. But that, for me, that's when things legally changed.
Okay.
I felt like, okay, this is where I believe the barriers to be. If I go past this point, now I think I probably can be held accountable for trespassing, which is a misdemeanor crime.
Okay.
And I guess I accepted that responsibility at that point in time, that this was a movement that was happening. The American people, wanted their voice to be heard. Mm-hmm. We decided to proceed farther, up that stairs so that we could continue witnessing, the events that were taking place, but also just to throw some, show some solidarity, with the rest of the American people. That felt like, if that's what we were deciding, if this was what's happening is happening, and okay, then
doing it.
I'm loyal, to a fault, in a lot of ways. One of my major issues with all that happened 2020 long was this whole concept of this silent majority.
Yeah.
That's what we were told. Yeah, you guys have your fun and your protest and do all your defund the police, protest and violence, because wait till the silent majority shows up to vote. Well, whatever happened, the silent majority never really seemed to have showed up. The silent majority stays silent, and, that's the way that you lose elections. So at that point in time, for me to witness American citizens that were willing to do something,
you're all in.
Whether it was right or wrong, and people can still argue that, at that moment in time, I made the decision that I was going to support other American citizens.
Okay, so you made the decision to go in the Capitol.
Hadn't made the decision to go into the Capitol yet. Okay. I'm going to go a little bit further. Yeah, I'm going to go a little bit further and keep, seeing this out. But I knew and I even told the guys, that I was with, man, I don't want to go. I just got my ass kicked. I'm done. No, we got to go. We got to be, part of this movement. This is history. We got to be there. Someone's got to be able to tell the truth. We got to go. Yeah, all right, whatever. If that's what you guys decide, I ride with the brand. Mm-hmm. That's what we're doing. I'll support you in that. So we went up the stairs. As we were going up the stairs, there was a little tunnel that kind of went out into some scaffolding there, the bleachers. Later, like I said, all that bleacher, that whole setup was for the inauguration. Yep. At that time, I still believed it was for the protest.
Yep.
So we didn't really think that we were that far out of bounds, just by going up the steps. But once we got to the top of those stairs, there were people that were moving off towards some entrances. We made the decision at that point, that I didn't want to be around one of those entrances. I didn't know. I imagined, we'd heard people about wanting to break into the building. I didn't want to break in the building. So we removed ourselves from that crowd at that point. We weren't at one of these doors where people were banging on the doors. We weren't in any scenario where any windows got broke. Things were becoming crazy. We basically called a timeout for ourselves, removed ourselves from the situation, and we went up some short little stairs. And again, now we made our way up into the top part of the bleachers, and we literally just sat down. And from this point, we were looking over that whole West Plaza area, all the way down Pennsylvania Avenue to the, National Monument. And as far as you could see in any direction, it was people.
Really?
So again, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of people, but I think it's about a mile from the Capitol building to the Washington Monument.
And it's a wall.
National Monument. And it's people all the way down the streets, and all the way down the thing. And that's when the enormity of the situation really set in. And it was shocking. It was awe-inspiring to see that many people that standing up for
their rights,
their country, freedom, and their rights and their freedom. It was saddening. There was a part of me that, was very heartbroken that we'd come to a point in this country where this is necessary, or we even think this is remotely necessary. That our politics, that our government, federal government, has gotten so out of control that we literally, all it was is just the American people had lost their trust in their government at that point in time. All Americans, they didn't trust both sides, and that's where we had come to, is a point where we didn't trust our government, that the people thought it was necessary to make their voices heard in such a dramatic fashion. So we were literally just sitting there hanging out, chilling out, trying to avoid the chaos, and it didn't work.
No.
It got worse.
How did it get worse?
Well, in that moment, we were sitting in the bleachers having our little breather behind us. We were on what they call the Upper West Terrace. As we looked out behind us, we could see a row of police officers, a force of police officers, maybe 50 to 100 strong, lined up, and they were advancing, on the crowd of protesters that had also made it up there. There had been some protesters, again, I believe these people to be Antifa, that had kind of made their way to the front of the that crowd, and it was, again, a standoff between protesters and police. You had some instigators out there that were taunting the police, trying to get them to engage. And again, we looked down at this situation and just made the decision that, hey, we needed to get down there, try to get between those police and the protesters and keep them separated. We didn't want any more violence to occur. So that's what we did. We got up, we left the bleachers. As we came back down onto the West Terrace, some other protesters had gotten involved, had already talked to the police, had talked to, the other protesters, and said, listen, this is not what we want. The police basically agreed that they're going to move back a little bit as long as the protesters don't advance towards them, or threaten them, cause anything. It was a standoff. So that situation was negotiated, and it's weird, crazy. People say, how did you end up in all these places that day? Very key points. And again, I have to revert to that, nothing, I don't believe in coincidences. Everything happens for a reason.
Okay.
I feel like God specifically placed me in certain positions, key positions, so that I could see and witness those for myself. Because what happened next, again, is, to me, it's only by the providence of God. We're standing there, nowhere near an entrance. This little side door pops open from the Capitol building. Single door, there's a side entrance, it opens from inside. A protester walks out, asks the people standing there, hey, you guys want to come in? You guys want to come into the building? No, man, I don't. I'm good, and that's what most of us said that was right there. No, we don't want to go in the building. What are you guys doing in the building? No, I don't want to go in the building.
So you're just standing there, and this side door just pops open with a protester. What did the cops do? Anything?
No, the cops are right there. They're standing 20 feet away. They didn't do anything, but they had moved back, and that was their point. So they didn't do anything. Protester asked if we want to come in. We're like, no, man, I don't want to go in there. That's not a good idea at all. And they're like, no, but the cops are right here. They said we can come in. Hold up a minute. What do you mean the cops say we can come in? No, they're going to allow us to come in and have a protest. As long as we remain peaceful, we agree not to break anything, they're going to allow us to come in and peacefully protest. Man, I don't know about that. Me and my buddies, we're skeptical, but at the same time, too, man, and if they're letting people in the building, if that's really the case, why would we not go in the building? I've never been in the Capitol building, so there's a little bit of curiosity to it. There's also, the part, people say, well, you knew better. You shouldn't have gone into the building. Yeah, probably, but if they're going to let me in the building and they're going to give me permission to do it, there's two factors. One, I'm curious. I want to see what's going to happen. I'm trying to determine, truth, and what's going to happen that day. Two, I'm well aware of the elements that are around me. There's some nasty, bad people there, whether they're Antifa, whether they're extreme right-wingists, I don't care. There was some elements of society that were being very violent, being vulgar, antagonizing police. If we were going to allow them inside the building, then guess what? There's going to need to be some American patriots inside that building too.
So how long did it take for you to make the decision once the protester opened the side door to the Capitol and said, hey, come on in, cops say we're cool? How long was your thought process before you were like, all right, let's go?
Man, it was probably 30 seconds. We didn't have a whole lot of time. The door was open. And here's why I say that. I didn't give it a whole lot of thought.
I wouldn't have either. I'm with you on this.
Well, yeah, when they opened the door, he's telling us we can come in. We're saying, no, we don't think so. Then we look inside, and there's 10, 15 police officers standing inside the door, just like he says. Now granted, they weren't all the way right. They weren't 2 feet in front of the door. They were about 20 feet inside the door. There was another set of interior doors, double opening doors there. And we could look inside the building. There was 2 officers standing inside the building, holding those doors open. There was protesters walking by, officers holding the door, opening them, asking them if they're carrying any weapons, asking them, if they've got any, weapons, stun guns, those kind of things on him. And no weapons. Okay. So we're watching all this. And we make the decision, well, man, I guess they are letting people in the building. They're holding the doors open. There's 10 police officers there. There's nobody stopping anybody from going in the building. So we went in the building. And that's the way it was. We walked up as the two double doors that were inside. There was a gap in between the protesters that were coming. So those actually swung closed. And then as we approached the door, the officers inside, again, they reached up and they pushed the doors open for them and held them open as we walked in, past those officers.
It just doesn't seem shady at this point.
Well, I mean, I'm a little bit hesitant.
Okay.
Going into the Capitol building, I'm pretty sure that, that they didn't want us here originally, but there's nobody stopping us.
Yeah.
And in my defense, and the other protesters, had any of those officers at that point in time, if any one of them had said, hey, what are you guys doing? You guys can't be coming in here. This is illegal. It's trespassing. You can't come in here. I would have turned around. Well, okay, man, I thought we could, But they didn't make those type of statements. Instead, they held the doors.
You guys walk right in. And
we walked right in.
Super inviting. They're not yelling at you to get out.
Yelling at us, they're not being, people that are afraid for their lives. And that's what, when my trial came and we showed this footage, to the judge, his explanation was, it's only logical, and you guys should have known this, and it's only logical to assume that those police officers allowed you in the building because they were under duress. They were scared. They were doing it. They made a decision that they thought, would help preserve, their lives more and from being harmed, which is, it's a fair enough argument.
Okay.
I would agree that, maybe those officers did make that decision because they were scared. Okay. Now we get into my personal responsibility. I can only make the decisions based on what my state of mind is and my state of mind frame. So I believe if an officer is allowing me permission to do something that I would normally know is probably illegal, well, if the officer is standing there allowing me to do it, then I have to assume that he is given that permission.
Yeah.
Perfect scenario would be is if you came up on an intersection, all the lights are flashing red. The power went out. There's a policeman that's standing in the middle of the intersection. It's a red light. But he's telling you to come forward. He's waving you on. Hey, come on. Okay, I know it's a red light. I'm not supposed to go through a red light, but there's a police officer that's given me permission to do it. So I have to assume that now it is a legal move for me to follow that police officer's direction. Same thing here. And this will go back to, what some people, my belief was that these Capitol Police were hired and trained to defend the Capitol of the United States and the politicians inside it against anything, any threat of violence.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I felt like they would use lethal force in order to do that. The fact that they weren't doing so and that we're standing by and they were holding doors open, just further my belief that they were indeed allowing it to do it. They weren't doing their job that they were trained to do. Mm-hmm. The judge's excuse was, well, it's because they were afraid. So they allowed you guys to do that, and you guys should have known that. And my question to the judge is, hold on, wait a minute, just a second. So they were afraid, so they were able to not do their job. So is that the precedent we're going to set for, police officers and especially military in the future? Because I can probably imagine a lot of military people in the middle of a battle or when they're told to defend this outpost or whatever, that become afraid. Mm-hmm. And you're telling me that if they become afraid, now they can not do their duty?
That's a slippery slope.
And that was my mindset. If these officers are here to, the fact that they're allowing people in the building and not doing anything about it, that gives credibility to the fact that they were allowing people into the building,
So now you're in, and you're getting the green light that you think from the officers. They're holding doors open for you guys. Just went for a stroll in the Capitol?
Well, I mean, from that entrance, yeah, pretty much. I mean, we went through a hallway and up a set of stairs, and it wasn't. I mean, I've never looked at a blueprint of the Capitol building. I had no idea where we were at, where we were going. I was along for the ride, following the other people in front of me. Again, it was an organized fashion. I remember we walked down a hall, and then we walked through another big room, and there was little ropes set up, on the side. Everybody stayed in the lines, and did what they were supposed to do.
So nobody's doing anything stupid in there? And
No, nobody's doing anything stupid. Nothing.
Is it nice inside of there?
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Were you like, holy shit, we're in the Capitol?
No, absolutely. And then that's where the first thing we ended up in was inside the rotunda. And you walk into the rotunda and you look at all that artwork and the historical paintings and drawings. I was in awe. I was flabbergasted. I was speechless. Be standing inside the U.S. Capitol building, the rotunda. And there wasn't a bunch of crazy nonsense going on. At least not at first. I was probably one of the first, people, a couple hundred people anyway, to enter the building, I would imagine. And also you got to remember that we entered through that door, an uncontested doorway. We didn't break in. We didn't see anything break in. At that point in time, we still didn't know that the building had been broken into. We thought that the police officers had decided that, this many people were going to allow them in. Inside the rotunda, everybody was behaving civilly. People were walking around. There was a lot of excitement. Everybody, was in awe that they were in there. There was police officers that were walking around in there. They didn't seem very afraid.
Nothing said.
Yeah, they were talking to people. Everybody was talking, and I heard officers talking to other people. And again, the cold question was, "Man, are you guys really allowing us in here?" And the exact quote that I can remember the best, it was a big black officer, and he said, "Okay, listen up. To be fair, we didn't allow people to enter the building. But what we've decided at this point is that because there are so many people here, that we are going to allow you guys to remain inside the building as long as you remain peaceful. If you guys want to have your protests, we'll let you have your protests. But at the moment where it becomes too unruly, if you guys quit listening, if there's any type of vandalism, if we make an announcement or you hear us saying that you guys got to go, you got to go." And to me, that was fair enough. Fair enough. So we're in the rotunda, checking things out, taking pictures of each other, While I'm there, I hear somebody come walking in. And he's making announcements, "Burn it to the ground, burn the place, light it up, burn it to the ground." So I immediately turn and I recognize who it is at first. It's a guy by the name of John Sullivan. He's does a lot of reporting, Antifa. I call him an Antifa sympathizer.
Oh, okay.
Some people say he is Antifa.
Either way, he's there.
Anyway, he's there, and he's making recommendations that people set it on fire and burn it to the ground. I turned and I said, "No, that's not what we're going to do." And I made a loud announcement inside the rotunda. "Hey, listen, if you guys are American patriots here, you treat this place with respect. The same type of respect you would show your mom's house." And that led to chants. People started a chant of, "Whose house? Our house. Whose house? Our house." But again, it was American people there, excited, supporting their country, not there trying to kidnap senators or take anybody hostage or, any of the nonsense that they've kind of led you to believe.
How much time did you spend inside the Capitol?
From the time we entered, they say that we came, on video, we entered at 3:36, which for timeline reference, the certification proceedings were stopped at 2:18. When those certification process were stopped, the senators, House of Representatives, they were moved, from their chambers. So when we actually entered the building at 2:36, those official proceedings had already been stopped for going on 25 minutes.
Okay.
So they were already paused. At that point in time, we were still under the impression that process had been finished. So we were in the rotunda, and we'd been there maybe 5 minutes, and a group of people were now starting to wander up the stairs. We had kind of free roam at this point in time. There was no police officers telling us where we could and couldn't go. So My friends, they started following some other people up a set of stairs. I was distracted by taking videos and pictures of the building, so I actually got separated from them for a little while. They came back and got me, and we started following the crowd up the stairs, with no real intention, didn't know where we were going, just kind of a case of curiosity killed the cat, follow the leader, type scenario. And we followed that group of people until we eventually, we ended up outside the Senate gallery.
Really?
Yeah.
How was that?
Again, it was interesting. Didn't realize I didn't have a blueprint. I was just following along with some other people. We came into a hallway. There were some guys that were dressed in, business suits, it looked like, and I couldn't tell, they weren't wearing police uniforms. Yeah. Later, it was found to be out that they were, in fact, Capitol Police, but they looked more like, law clerks or courtroom clerks, something like that. And as we turned and we were walking down this hall with a large group of people, there was a couple of those guys were over, they were locking up some doors. Some of the other protesters got involved with those officers. There was some pushing, shoving match. The officers finally left. I think they just kind of gave up and were like, man, screw it. They left, and then people opened those doors and people started going inside. Brady and Gary were some of the first people that went inside. I wasn't with them at that moment, so I actually went up a little bit further down the hallway and then went in and looked through the doors. And as soon as we came in through the doors, it didn't register again with me exactly where we were at. You got to remember, I was, all of this was kind of shocked. There was a lot going on. We stepped into what basically looked like a big giant courtroom, if you will, and we're standing up in the gallery, the mezzanine section, if you will. I didn't know where we were at, so I asked somebody standing next to me, hey, man, where are we at? Man, we're in the Senate. What do you mean we're in the Senate? No, yeah, we're in the Senate gallery. That's the floor of the Senate. Oh. Yeah, well, it's probably not a really good spot for us to be. I can't.
Probably shouldn't be here.
No, and I agree fully. And it's a misdemeanor offense, to enter into the Senate gallery. And there's, at that point in time, I probably became, guilty of violating a misdemeanor offense. I didn't do it on purpose. Yeah. It wasn't my intention, but there's no doubt about it. I was definitely there.
You're in it now.
Yeah, I was definitely there. And at first, again, there was nobody in the room. It didn't surprise me. I wasn't expecting to walk in on the Senate.
How many? Okay, so
in full operation progress. We thought that process had been finished.
Wait, so there's still people in the Senate?
No, there wasn't any people in the Senate. Because I thought, and it didn't strike me as odd, because I thought there wasn't supposed to be anybody. They finished the proceeding.
Okay, and everybody left.
We're standing there, and like I said, this is when I first kind of start getting uneasy.
Okay.
Realizing, okay, I'm looking around, and there's papers, and then I start noticing that there's laptops still sitting on people's desks, and
yeah, should not be here.
Yeah, then that's when I started putting it all together. Like, wait a minute, these people did not leave in an orderly fashion at the end of conducting business. This doesn't look good. Inside that scenario, there was a lot of other protests at the time. People were starting to making, comments about, let's jump down, onto the floor, onto the Senate floor, let's shit on their desks. There was other people there that were giving off that whole Antifa vibe. Yep. It became apparent to me very quickly that, all right, something's not right here. That's kind of when I first had that realization that, man, we may have messed up big time.
Really? Now it's starting to sink in. Yeah. You should not have gone in the Capitol.
Yeah. No, that's when it sinks in and say, wait a minute, this is not, a protest, that they gave us permission to have anymore.
This is breaking and entering.
Yeah, no, and I became very aware, man, you know what? We messed up. I didn't break into the building. I had permission to enter the building, so I still felt like, I was covered there. I knew I didn't have permission to enter the Senate gallery. It became apparent that, they were not done with conducting their business of the certification of votes. And at that point, I wanted out of there. I went and I got my two buddies, Brady and Gary. I said, hey, listen, man, I'm not sure what's going on, but that's enough of this. And we've been in the building at this point in time for maybe, 15 minutes. We were in the building total for about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. We entered at 2:35 and we left at 2:57.
So now you guys are working your way out of there.
Yeah, so I grabbed them. I said, whatever nonsense is going on, I'm not feeling good about it. We made an agreement with those police officers that we would leave, if things became disorderly and disruptive. And so that's what we need to go and we need to leave. So we left the Senate gallery, again, by our own accord. Still hadn't run into any police officers for the most matter.
Mm-hmm.
Went downstairs, and this is where things become complicated, because as we came downstairs, we entered into another hallway, what they call the Ohio clockway or the Ohio room.
Okay.
Well, when we walked up, we walked right into the smack dab into the scenario where you see Jacob Chansley talking with the police officers.
See the one that was dressed up in the buffalo hat and American flag and all that?
Yeah, he was the buffalo shaman, the guy with the spear and the...
Mm-hmm.
So the buffalo dude, the shaman dude, as we left the Senate gallery, we walked down and he's having a discussion, him and some other protesters. They had been having this discussion for some time, before we got there, with other Capitol Police officers. It's all on tape. It's all on video. Those police officers are agreeing with him and telling him, you know what? Okay, here's the rules. We will allow you guys to stay in the building. We will allow you to have your protest, but it must remain peaceful. You guys all agree. And Jacob is relaying this on his loudspeaker, megaphone. Yeah. So as we walk up, he's saying, hey, the police officers, they've decided to allow us to have our protest. It must remain peaceful. Follow me. And those police officers move. And Jacob starts walking, and everybody's following him. And again, I'm still in the mode of, man, I'm trying to find my way out of here. But also realizing, at this point, we're behind. We're in the thick of it. We're behind enemy lines. As we're walking down, I'm looking down each little hallway. I'm looking for escape routes out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And now every hallway is blocked by police and officers. There's a few select of us that are behind all these lines that are, just told that we were allowed to have a protest. But I can feel the dragnet, starting to kind of creep in. So, but Jacob said that we could have a protest, so we're following him. He goes out the building, goes around the corner. As we come around the corner, there's a bunch of police officers standing there. They let Jacob and some other people walk by. Then there's another officer that's coming from upstairs, walks into this situation. Apparently he doesn't approve that the police officers that are there are just allowing us to walk by. And so he puts a stop to the whole scenario. Man, what is going on here? He's, chastising the other officers. What are you guys doing? You can't just let these guys walk. No, well, what do you mean we can't let them walk? They just told them that they could do it. And then the other officer that just told Jacob comes walking into the scene. He said, yeah, man, we were just talking to these guys. They just gave him permission. What are we supposed to do? What are we doing? There was a lot of, disorganization. And that the officer, that higher ranking officer, decides, well, we can't just let them go everywhere. We can't just give these guys free rein. So lock it down. And that was his exact words. Lock it down right here. Right here is drawing the line. Okay, so in that statement, there's a lot to be taken away from it, because he is admitting at that point in time that they've allowed the protesters to be in the building, that they've allowed them to be wandering about the building, but at this point is where they're going to draw the line. Well, we had just come around the corner and watched Jacob go by. Now these officers spring into action and say, oh, no, you guys can't go past this point. All right, here we go. What do you mean we can't go past this point? Those guys just gave us permission to have a protest. They told us to follow him. You just let him go up the... How come we're not allowed to go past the point? Well, because we've decided that this is where we're drawing the line. Okay, well, yeah, but all these other officers are telling us that we can have a protest. Now, you're not going to let us have a protest.
So there's this huge miscommunication with the cops and now with the protesters. So everything's just an absolute shit show.
Of course, and nobody really knows what's going on. We can only go by off of what we're saying. We thought we were going to be allowed to have a protest. Now these officers are telling us, no, we can't. And it became apparent, we argued back and forth. I think my point, there was a point there that the officer made that I want to bring up, because he said, I said, what are you guys doing? We're on your side. We're here on the side of American citizens. What are you guys doing? Man, we understand what you're saying, was the officers, but we're just doing our job. And for me, that struck a point. We're just doing our job. Okay, well, your job is to uphold and protect the United States Constitution above and beyond everything first. You don't take an oath to protect the federal government. You don't take an oath to protect the politicians. You take an oath to protect the United States Constitution. And your excuse, well, I'm just doing my job. Okay, well, you're going to have to make a choice as a law enforcement, and that choice is, and a lot of people made that day, what side are you going to be on? If you have to choose between defending your government and its politicians over the Constitution and the citizens, what side are you going to be on? And it's not quite the same thing, but, there was lots of Jews that were exterminated and killed by Nazis. And when those Nazi soldiers were asked what they were doing, how come they didn't stop in and why didn't they do anything? They were just doing their jobs, Same thing when you hear, accusations, and I don't necessarily agree with it, but you got to remember one of the big flashpoints of that summer was the whole George Floyd incident. And, people were accusing those officers of not protecting George Floyd. One officer, there was particularly charged with, us assaulting and causing his death. The other officers were charged and found guilty because their excuse of, well, we were just doing our job, was not valid. At some point in time, when you're doing your job, goes against your oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, what choice are you going to make?
Yep.
And it's it's a hard choice. But in that scenario, and the officer said, we're just doing our job. Okay, well, at some point in time, you got to quit doing your job and be an American.
Yeah.
You're going to have to make a decision, and that, hopefully that point doesn't come, but I imagine it probably will.
Yep.
Sometime in the future, where military, police officers, and all of the above are going to decide, okay, are we going to be on the side of the people in the Constitution, or are we going to be on the side of the federal government?
That's a slippery slope and a whole other conversation, but that's a great question, because I feel most of them would probably side with the government, because they're going to shut off everybody's paychecks and they'll still get paid and they can still support their families, and they're going to stick it out because it's their job, and they get the little bit of electricity or food or paycheck when all of us are shut down, and that's how they keep them on their side.
Yeah,
100%.
Well, and like I said, it's
their decision.
It's a decision that we all have to make. But what we're willing to do, what knee do we bow,
Yep, exactly. Okay, so now that they've drawn this line for you guys, okay, you can't move past here in the Capitol. They're just doing their job. Where are you now? You're like, okay, we got to get out of here, or what's your thought process going forward?
Yeah, I immediately went back to, for me, I was trying to progress past that point.
Yeah.
Be honest with you, I didn't really care a whole lot about going to a protest anymore at this point. But if there was a legit protest happening somewhere and we had permission to go to it and to participate in it, then I wanted to be part of that legally, happening protest. I wanted to get to that point to where I could say, hey, you know what, they gave us permission to be here.
When in Rome, right?
At this point in time, when they made it obvious that we weren't progressing past that point, again, I went back to the mode, okay, it's time to get out of here, and I grabbed my guy, listen, man, we just got to go, at this point in time. But again, at this point in time, you looked around and we were definitely behind enemy lines. I could look down one hallway and I could see protesters lying on the floor with, camo fatigue. It had to be National Guard, guys or whatever at that point coming in and holding people at gunpoint on the floor.
Okay.
I could tell that like I said, the opportunity to leave was
Shrinking.
We were behind, there was no way out. And that was the dilemma that we were in now. Now we were trying to find our way out, but we couldn't go anywhere because every hallway was now blocked by police and protesters. So we finally made it to a group of police officers, where we just explained our situation saying, hey, man, we just want to leave. Well, where are you guys trying to get? Man, we're just trying to leave. We're trying to leave the building. They told us we could be here to have a protest. They told us to leave if it didn't look like that was happening. So that's what we're trying to do. And the officer said, oh, you guys just want to leave? Yeah, we just want to leave. Oh, okay, cool. Well, come here. And he basically kind of escorted us, took our little group and walked us past, other lines of officers, that were holding, he parted the way, the Red Sea, if you will, opened the door and said, hey, man, listen, these guys are with us. They're the good guys. They just want to leave. We're letting them out. Gave us fist bumps. As we left, we thanked them for their service, patted some of the other officers on their shoulder, as we left the building and we were done. We were out of the building at 3:00.
Then what? I mean, were you free at this point? Were you like, holy shit, what just happened? I mean, you still got to be pretty sore from getting beat up an hour prior. You just went through the whole entire Capitol, ended up in the Senate room. I mean, is it sunk in yet what the hell just happened?
No, it's sinking in.
Okay.
And it wasn't, again, you got to remember this whole time, upon entry into the Capitol building, we were being allowed, believed that we were being allowed to go in.
Yeah.
We didn't realize that the building had been broken into.
Got it.
It wasn't until I left the building at a different entrance or exit that we saw broken glass and saw that some of the front doors had been broken. And that's when I realized, okay, this is a totally different situation than what I thought it was.
Okay.
So as soon as we left, there was 3 of us. It was me and Brady and Gary that were still together. We had 2 of our other friends that we didn't know where they were at. We had brought some walkie-talkies, just to try to stay communication. Same thing. I take walkie-talkies when I go skiing, with people just to communicate and in case you get separated. There were so many people that day that obviously the airwaves and we're all garbled and you couldn't really communicate with a walkie-talkie, but we were able to get out enough and we could hear our friends responding that we just told them, meet us on the northwest side of the building. When they showed up, again, like I said, this was around maybe 3:15. It was apparent that we'd got ourselves into a situation where it wasn't what we had seen. And we just wanted to be done with it.
Yeah.
We got together and said, hey, what do you guys want to do? Man, there's no reason whatsoever for me to stick around here, any longer. I don't know exactly what's going on. It's not the way that we thought it was. We just need to leave. And so we did. There was some other people that were leaving. There was reports as we started walking back, some of the other people coming our way were saying, hey, man, you guys need to be careful walking back to your hotels. There's a lot of, shady groups of people, of individuals, that are trying to start shit, with Trump supporters and Trump people. And it was true, really? As we started walking back, there was a group of guys, and there's, a bunch of, it was like 4 or 5 guys that were all hanging out, black guys, and as I was walking by with mostly white guys, walking back to the hotel, and on our way home, they're talking smack to us, calling, hey, man, what's up with you? Which one of you Trump motherfuckers want to die? And I didn't really understand what he was talking about. I said, well, I don't know you. Why are you? Nah, I want you Trump fuckers. Which one of you Trump motherfuckers wants to die? And I looked, and then I saw him, lifting up. He pulled up his waistband and showed me a pistol, tucked into his pants there. And, I didn't have any pistol on me, and that was probably one of the worst feelings I ever had, is being threatened.
You can't even defend yourself.
And then having to walk and not knowing, if the next few minutes I was going to feel, a hot bullet, in my back. And and we kept our head down and we kept walking, but, yeah. And so we went back to the hotel, and as soon as we got back to the hotel, I mean, I didn't turn on the news. Everyone kind of separated. I went back into my hotel room and man, I literally just laid down on the bed and I crashed out.
I bet.
Yeah. I mean, I was just emotionally, mentally drained.
I bet.
That I crashed out for a couple hours. I think I woke up and it was already dark, like 6:30 or 7. There was still stuff going on at the Capitol that day, and a lot of the stuff that you see on TV, like that whole West Tunnel scene, where Roseanne Boylan, she was killed there.
Yeah.
That didn't, where Daniel Hodges later, got pinned that didn't even happen till like 4:30 or 5.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in the afternoon. So we were already back at the hotel room.
You've already been in the Capitol, did the tour, left at your hotel before that woman was shot.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Well, okay, maybe not before Ashley was shot. That may have happened right. In fact, looking at the time, I know that did happen while we were right at the beginning, after we had just entered the building.
Okay.
So that occurred, I think, at around maybe 2:35.
And you didn't know that she had been killed?
No. We didn't know that she'd been killed. Even inside the building, I didn't know. I didn't know until maybe even the next day.
Really?
That something had, what had happened to Ashley and so we didn't really realize at the moment, we were there. Like you said, we did the tour of the Capitol. We left, went back home. And it wasn't really, that night when everybody was talking about it, it started to sink in a little bit more. But it wasn't really until the next day that the enormity of the situation,
okay,
really sank in.
Sinking in. You're like, oh, shit.
Right.
This is way bigger than we thought.
Yeah. And for me, the next day we had planned to all go home. We were all had different places. I came from Denver. Yeah. My buddy was in Utah, and another buddy in Utah, a couple guys from Texas. So, we split up pretty early the next day, went to the airport. It wasn't really until I was in the airport, in Washington, D.C., and I was watching, of course, everything in D.C., the news stations. It's all CNN,
oh, for sure.
MSNBC. And I'm watching the screens and I'm looking at it. And they're talking about insurrection and trying to overthrow the government. And I was like, oh, man, this is not good. Not good at all. That's not what happened, in my opinion. The people showed up, to go to a protest and had their First Amendment rights, violated. And then, there was violence that occurred at police officers that according to what we had seen in all of 2020, was, illegal for the officers to act in certain ways and use chemical munitions and tear gas and flashbangs and pepper spray and rubber bullets. But I knew immediately at that point in time, the way it was being portrayed is like, oh man, they're just going to use this as an attack on Donald Trump and an attack of his people. And then the realization that, this was allowed to happen on purpose.
So that's hitting you in the airport the next day.
Yeah.
So at this point, when you're seeing everything unfolding the next day after you storm the Capitol and everything's gone down, now you're processing it, is it starting to sink in that you might be absolutely screwed, or are you like, okay, I didn't get arrested, I'm good, I'm on my way home? Are you thinking that there's going to be repercussions for you at this point? Or do you think you're just cool? You're just, hey, I was in, got out, no harm.
No, I don't think I'm cool at all.
So you think you know you're in trouble?
Oh yeah. When I'm watching this sitting and watching it, I know I'm in trouble.
Okay.
Because it's not what we had thought it was in the way that they're portraying it to be. Now I knew I was in some trouble.
Okay.
And I had in the moments of that day, I had accepted responsibility, that I was going to could be in some trouble, misdemeanor crimes, maybe, for me, I wasn't guilty of trespassing on Capitol grounds. but once I made the decision to go past where I thought the barriers were and go up into the building, at that point I felt like I was probably misdemeanor, guilty of misdemeanor trespassing.
Okay.
Entering the building, I felt like I had been given the okay and the permission to do that, so I don't feel like I unlawfully entered into the Capitol building. A misdemeanor charge that I was charged with was, parading and demonstrating with inside the Capitol building. All right, I don't know that I really got to parade or demonstrate, but my intent was to have a protest, and that was the reason for being in the building. So, okay, I'll sign off on that too. That's probably a misdemeanor, crime that I could admit that I was guilty to. This whole, interfering with an official proceeding of Congress, I thought was absolute horseshit. That proceeding of Congress hadn't been stopped, until, it was stopped at 2:18 or 2:16. I didn't even enter the building till 2:35. So how did me entering the building stop that proceeding from happening? And then there was the whole legality of that charge to begin with. It's called the 1512 charge, which is interfering with an official proceeding. That charge originated, from the Enron scandal, back in the day. Congress came up with this law to prohibit, people that were involved in an investigation or were going to trial from destroying evidence, from shredding documents, from destroying physical evidence, or intimidating or tampering with witnesses, judges, juries. That's what the law originated from. They decided that they were going to try to use it because it carries a potential of 20 years. No
kidding.
Yeah, so interfering with an official proceeding is punishable by 20 years in prison.
So how long were you home before you got contacted about January 6th and everything that went down?
Yeah, so that was we all split ways and we were on our way home. It became obvious that we were probably in trouble.
Okay.
I knew for a fact that, my cell phone had been inside the building. I understand geofences and perimeters, and very simply, they could round up anybody's cell phone that had been with inside a certain perimeter once they established that. I hadn't been trying to hide anything. I'd been very vocal on Facebook, on my way out there. Even during the day, while I was there, I was posting live, stuff from Facebook. I wasn't trying to hide it. I thought we had been given permission to be inside the building. So once it became apparent that they were going to try to spin this into being some sort of insurrection to try to overthrow the government, that debate came up between me and my co-defendants. We weren't co-defendants at the time, but, I figured, man, you know what? We've got to make a decision here. I don't think we're getting away with anything, not trying to get away with anything. I think we should make the decision that we need to go and, contact a lawyer. We need to figure out the best way to handle this, whether we need to turn ourselves in, what do we need to do to get on the right side of this?
Yeah.
And, there was different people involved. We had different opinions of the best way to handle it. My friend, he ended up, his family is fairly well connected, and they ended up, I think it was his brother maybe that hired some big hotshot federal attorney, out of that Dallas-Fort Worth area, to give us advice. My friend Brady was dealing with him. The advice that we got coming back was that there's so many people involved, maybe we just needed to lay low,
See if it blows
maybe
over.
it'll blow over. I wasn't really on board, with that. I just didn't think there was any way. But also I didn't have the money to hire an attorney.
Yeah.
My buddy was, gracious enough to, foot the bill, for hiring this attorney. And if that's what the federal attorney said was that we need to lay low, then that's what we're going to do. For me, as soon as I got back home, of course I'd explain to my family, my wife, daughter, what had happened. And, luckily for me, the next day, literally, I got back on like the 8th, I think, or the 7th. And then the 8th, I had a bow hunting trip down by Tucson, go hunt over the counter, archery deer down in Arizona. My buddy from Wyoming was coming down. And so, yeah, he picked me up and we took off to the desert, without knowing what else was going to happen. We decided to try to lay low. Talking with the federal attorney, his advice was that we needed to, ditch our cell phones, get new cell phones. Again, I was something that I was kind of adamant about because to me, the truth
like you're trying to hide.
Well, the truth will set you free.
For sure.
And I had documented every single thing of that day, on my phone. I had the video, I had the conversations, I was willing to sit down, and
Smart choice.
yeah, and
Because if you start hiding things, you're trying to get rid of stuff, it just makes you look guilty.
well, that was my choice, that's what I thought we should do is go forward. But that wasn't, the attorney said, you guys need to ditch your phones. Right now, you're not defendants. Charges have not been filed against you. So they can't tell you that, that you're destroying evidence. All you're doing is getting rid of, bad memories, bad pictures, bad videos. And I took a stand on that for a while, for 2 or 3 days. Man, I'm not doing it. That does not sound smart to me. I want to hold on to my stuff. I got pressured by other people that were in the group. Other people, the attorney, was telling me, listen, you don't understand the way it's going to work. Your evidence is not going to be used to set you free. Your evidence is going to be used to convict you. You don't win against the federal government. There's no way. They've got a 98% conviction rate for a reason. You cannot win. You don't need to give them any more evidence. Get rid of your stuff. And so I did.
Oh, really?
I did. I ended up, and it's one of the things that I regret most to this day. Is that I didn't hold on to that. And there's enough other evidence and other things, but to me, I felt like that I should have made a bigger stand, there and stood up a little bit more.
Were you on your deer hunt when they contacted you, or how long after?
Yeah, so no, I wasn't on the deer hunt. I went down there with a buddy from Wyoming. I don't think he really realized the full scenario of the situation, until he picked me up. He picked me up on like I said, the 8th. He knew of January 6th, of course, but not so much my involvement in it until we started driving down there and I'm telling him about it. And I think it's sinking in with him too, that he might be riding, with public enemy number 1,
Oh, really?
down to, down to the close to the border of Mexico, and the way that might appear, to some people. And I think he probably told his girlfriend and his parents, and, I could tell he was getting worn out about it, on the phone calls. He wasn't letting on to me about it, but
you could tell.
I'm sure he, people were not happy with him being with me. We were being down there. I couldn't really focus on hunting, because I was worried about what was going to happen. So we were supposed to be there for 2 weeks. I think we were there for about 5 or 6 days, and then we decided to head back. I knew at that point in time, I knew that I was going to have to talk to the FBI. There's no way that, with the way that it was being portrayed, the amount of exposure that I'd already had on Facebook, and shared, that I was going to be questioned. I still believed in truth and justice. And I thought that if I just shared my truth, and told my side of the story, that, that things would work the way that they were supposed to. But I was just, totally naive about the whole thing. I had no idea.
So you ended up reaching out?
So I did not reach out. I got back home. I came home on the 17th. The next day was the 18th, I believed. Somewhere right around there. It was a Sunday. And I just remember I was watching TV, with my wife and my daughter. We were watching a prison show, actually. I don't know if you never saw that show, Orange is the New Black.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. With all the, so.
Yeah, the women in prison.
Yeah, so we were watching the women prisoners, and I heard the knock, knock, knock on the front door. And if you've ever had a cop or the FBI knock on your door,
you know what it is.
Everybody knows instantaneously that knock. I was expecting to have to talk to him, so they knocked on the door Sunday afternoon. I got up, went to the front door, opened the door, and, there was 4 or 5 FBI agents and another dozen, local police. My whole cul-de-sac was full.
Really?
Yeah, full of cars and patrol cars, and I look out and I'm looking around my cul-de-sac and I see my neighbors, poking their heads out the doors, and I'm like, man, well, they obviously didn't all just roll up here. Thanks for the call. Thanks for the heads up that they were staging a FBI raid in my front yard. But I opened the door. The officer, I don't remember his name. I'm sure it's in the paperwork. But, he looked at me and said, are you Mr. Montgomery? Yeah, yes, sir, I'm Mr. Montgomery. Well, you don't look very surprised to see us. I said, well, no, I'm not real surprised to see you. You don't get to walk around inside the Capitol building without having to answer some questions about
some repercussions.
Yeah, without having some repercussions. So, and to be honest with you, my experience was a lot different than a lot of other people. A lot of people had their doors broken, raids in the middle of the night, full-on SWAT tactical teams with red dots, on their families and their kids, as they're yanked out of their rooms. It wasn't that way for me, so I will, give the officers that handled that situation, I thought that they did a good job. They basically told me, hey, at that point in time, I was only indicted on 5 or 4 misdemeanor charges. I didn't have any felony charges.
No felony at that time?
No felony at that time. They basically explained, hey, we've got to ask you some questions. We've got a warrant. We want 2 things. We want your cell phone. We want your green coat. I'd been wearing a green puffy coat, and I think they wanted that to be able to identify me for sure. There was another female agent there that was able to sit down and explain to my wife and my daughter kind of what was going on. Mm-hmm. And at that point in time, it was basically, they had a warrant. They had to arrest me. They had to go get me booked in. And then I'd be, basically explain to my wife that I would be released on my own recognizance, the next day or as soon as the judge could see me. And yeah, that's what ended up happening. I was arrested. They took me to jail. The next day actually was Martin Luther King's Day. So there was no court hearing. So I spent one night, in jail. Yeah. Next day I went and saw the judge, and, he basically turned me loose on my own recognizance, on, misdemeanor crimes is what I originally started with.
So the wife, FBI's at your house or local law enforcement, along with everybody else. They serve you a warrant, they arrest you. How'd that go over?
Let's just say that she was not happy. She was not thrilled.
Probably got a few of the I told you so's.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and we had talked about it before I went, that there was talk, and chatter online about, being careful, that there may be Antifa people there.
Yeah,
so my last words to my wife, before I left was, don't worry.
We're good.
I'm good. I'll make sure, I'm not going to do anything stupid. I'm not going to be involved in anything that's going to put this, any type of jeopardy, especially after my past, I've had, trouble with the law. Yep. And I overcame that, and I fought to redeem myself and to, reestablish my reputation. So there was absolutely no way in hell that I was intentionally going to put that into jeopardy. Yep. But I did. And my wife was like, man, I thought we talked about this before you went, don't do anything stupid. And here you are. And now I've got the FBI in my living room, and my daughter is here, witnessing this, thanks, bud, thanks for bringing this upon our family.
That sucks. Are you just like, damn it, at this point?
Well, again, I'm still probably naively unaware of how much trouble I'm in. Okay. I was, charged with some misdemeanors. I felt, there's a couple of those I don't agree that I did them intentionally, but intentionally is not always a requirement of the law.
For sure.
You can still break the law unintentionally and be held accountable for it. Mm-hmm. I felt like the misdemeanor charges, there was a couple of them there that I probably, given the opportunity, I would probably plead guilty to them. Yeah. I'd say, hey, you know what, these things I agree, probably things I did, but I wasn't, at that time I wasn't accused of any felonies.
Yeah.
So I thought I was good. out on bond. The judge originally, when he set my bond, I wasn't supposed to, participate in any, protests, wasn't supposed to go near any buildings, not do drugs, not drink. Yeah. But on my paperwork, it didn't say anything about not being in possession of a firearms. That box was not checked.
Yep.
At the moment. And so I just kind of, at that point in time, I was still under the impression that this could be solved, that I could have a chance to talk to somebody and tell them my side of the story and, pay the consequences for what it was that I actually did and,
yep.
Call it a day.
And that all changed.
It did all change. Yep, things, and I'm really good at this. Things, when they start going bad, man, I keep piling it on there, and it goes from bad to worse, pretty quick. And in this situation, what happened, I'm a hunter, I'm a houndsman, I run dogs, in the wintertime, I'm out there, chasing cats with my dogs. I wasn't under at the time, any regulations or stipulations that I could see that wouldn't allow me to keep doing that. I was not prohibited from possessing, a firearm. And so I kept doing my thing, going about my business. And it was at the end of March, I ended up, shooting a mountain lion, that I caught with my dogs. It's the only mountain lion that I've ever shot. But I did. I ended up killing that mountain lion, shot him with a pistol, reported that to the, Colorado Parks and Wildlife like you have to do. And, that created a whole new set of problems for me, no doubt.
Oh, so you kicked another hornet's nest with that.
Yeah. Well, basically is what happened is, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, they, under the direction of the FBI, you got to remember, I was operating in Colorado for 20 years as a professional hunting guide.
Yep.
I was around guns all the time. Mm-hmm. I was checked with guns in my vehicle. I believe I was even checked with guns with hunting. I shot a couple of bobcats with firearms that I self-reported to Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Yeah. It had never been an issue.
Nothing new.
Nothing new. But after January 6th, that all changed. And there's only one explanation, and it's the FBI.
Just on your ass.
Yeah, they went directly to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife after finding out that I was a hunter and a hunting guide. And begin to question them, and tell them, hey, Mr. Montgomery, he's been convicted of a felony, before in the state of New Mexico. Why are you guys allowing him to operate and use firearms? Well, at that point in time, under New Mexico law, you got to remember I was also not considered a felon anymore. In 2011, by the operation of New Mexico law, my rights were fully restored. That's what I believed at the time, but Colorado didn't see it that way. They basically charged me with possession of a firearm by a felon in possession of a firearm. This was also while I was out on bond from January 6th. God. So if I was convicted in a court of law of another felony while out on bond with January 6th, it was not going to end well.
Yeah, you're done for a while.
Yeah. So long story short, and we could talk about, wildlife laws and Colorado Parks and Wildlife. That'd be a whole nother, podcast. But they came to the conclusion that I was a felon in possession of a firearm when I killed the mountain lion. At that point in time, I just had a public defender for an attorney in Washington, D.C., and she did a good job of keeping me, out of prison. As the FBI was telling the judge, that I was a felon. Colorado was saying that I was a felon in possession of a firearm. But, that was actually when I got put on home incarceration.
And how long did you get for that?
Oh, man, they put it on me, and they didn't take it off till a couple months ago. I did 4 years under home incarceration. The first 2 years, I was not allowed to leave my house at all. I couldn't go across the street, couldn't go too far into my backyard or off the back deck. For 2 years, I was what it sounds like, home incarcerated.
So you were a prisoner in your own home for 2 years. And I know some people probably say that doesn't sound horrible, but what is that like?
I guess it's all in perspective and context. It's not horrible compared to sitting in prison.
Yeah, for absolutely. I mean,
But-
I would take it all day.
But for someone like myself or like you or any other outdoorsman that might be listening to this show, yeah, that's everything. That goes against everything that we're about. You know, my whole point in living my life is to live it as free as possible. And I live that according to the standards that God has set for me, you know, not according to what my government decides is free. But, you know, my rights, you know, they come from God. And my objective in this life is to live as free as possible. I don't want anybody to take care of me. I don't need anybody to take care of me. I don't need anything from my government other than the opportunity to be able to provide for myself. And for somebody that enjoys the outdoors as much as we do, you know, tell you that you can't leave your house. I mean, it's almost worse, I mean, I think, than prison.
Because at least in prison, you've accepted you're in prison, but like at home, and I'm not speaking for anybody because I've never had to deal with either one, but I feel like that is the ultimate just torture. You know, granted, you get to be home with your wife and kids. That's great. But God, 2 years, you can't even like leave your back porch.
Yeah, I couldn't even leave, and I still got 4 hunting dogs. You know, I still got 4 hound dogs that in my life, you know, they're used to going out, you know, 3 to 4 times a week. I wasn't allowed to do that anymore. I couldn't even take them to the dog park, couldn't take them hiking, you know, so I had, you know, some some kids that live in my residential area, you know, that I was kind of apprenticing, you know, showing, you know, teaching them how to be houndsmen. And then some of my other houndsman buddies, you know, they would come and take my dogs for me, you know, but that's even worse, you know, sitting at home and loading your dogs up into somebody else's dog box, you know, to go run around on the mountain while you've got to, you know, just sit at home. So like I said, with prison, at least you accept your fate, you know where you're at. But yeah, it was hard, you know, being restricted. It was probably even harder, I think, for my wife because now all the financial responsibility, you know, came upon her. She was the only one that was allowed to work.
Yeah.
She was the one that was, you know, paying all the bills. We had a daughter that was graduating high school and was getting ready to go to college. You know, that all became, you know, my wife's responsibility.
Yep.
And the fact that, you know, she had to, you know, I wasn't on vacation. It wasn't my choice not to be working or to be there, but there's got to be, and she would never say this, but there's got to be some animosity, you know, when she's got to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get dressed and go into the office and work, you know, for 10, 12 hours a day. And she comes home and I'm in the same place as where I was on the couch, you know, or at my computer. You know, I started doing a lot of writing, you know, writing a book on this whole experience, and, you know, we'll have that out, you know, hopefully within this first 6 months.
Yep.
But yeah, no, it was hard for my wife.
I can only imagine. So 4 years, 2 years locked to house arrest. The second 2, you still had ankle bracelet on, but you had some more freedoms.
Yeah, so after a little while, 2 years on home incarceration, you know, we put in a request to the judge, say, hey, man, if this is going to keep going on and dragging on, and all we were doing is waiting for a trial.
Yeah.
The reason why all these trials took so long is because there was just so much evidence, you know, compiled, and it was in all these other databases that in order to get all the evidence that pertained to your case, you had to wait. You know, so you know, so there's rights to speedy trials, and you know,
I thought it was just the government messing with everybody, like just because the judges are all corrupt and they want to just drag this on as much as possible.
It is in a roundabout way, you know, but the way that they sold it to us is, yeah, you can have a speedy trial, which gives you 6 months. You know, if you want to have a trial and get to you got 6 months, you know, that they can take you. You know, they need to get the evidence compiled, and they said that they would do that for us. Sure, we can get you to trial. If you want to enact your right to speedy trial, we'll do it, but you guys aren't going to have any evidence. You know, so you can waive your right to speedy trial, and if you waive that, then we'll have enough time for your defense lawyers to get all their...
Well, who knows how long that's going to
be. Well, it ended up being, you know, almost 4 years.
4 years.
You know, 3.5, 4 years. And so a lot of these guys, you know, that sat in prison and in county jails have been sitting there, haven't gone to trial. They've been waiting, and people say, well, what about their right to speedy trial? Well, they had to waive their right to speedy trial if they wanted to have the evidence to defend themselves. So that's been the whole catch-22 between all these people. They're like, yeah, you can invoke your right to speedy trial anytime you want, but you're not going to have
you're screwed.
You're not going to have all the evidence you need to defend yourself.
So once you went to court and started dealing with this stuff, obviously they pulled camera footage, body cam footage, and everything. Is it almost scary to see how much information and everything that they gathered that day and what they actually put on you once everything was formed? Did you like take a step back and just think like, holy shit, they have everything, and now you deleted all of your video, so you have no proof to show your side of things?
Yeah, no, and that was the scary part of it. I went into this whole experience still believing and trusting in our judicial system, and that the citizens have rights, and that the judicial system is going to follow them and uphold them and protect them.
Yeah.
And that's been the scariest thing of it all, is that through this, with the amount of evidence that they had, anything that was exculpatory or helped you defend your case was locked away and hidden in top secret files that you didn't have access to. Anything that maybe made your case look a little bit better. Like for me, that scenario where I grabbed onto the officer's baton, there's a bunch of other officers there that had body cam footage. We finally got all that footage after like 3 years to where I was able to sit down and start reviewing it. And, it's all pretty hectic, happened very fast, but there's three police officers. All the officers there, their body cam footage was about 2.5 hours long, and before their time card, just ran out. The event was longer, but that's what they could record for about 2.5 hours. So that's how long their video was. When going through these officers' body cam footage, looking for better views that would show the incident that I was involved in, I came across 3 different officers. Everyone else, there's 20 officers, let's say. All of them, their videos are 2 hours to 2.5 hours long. I found 3 videos that are 8 minutes, 7 to 8 minutes long. And you start looking at the footage, and those videos, they all end at the exact same moment that you would be getting a good view of the incident that appeared with Daniel Hodges, where he's coming back into the crowd, attacking people with his baton, throwing them on the ground. It's going to show.
Okay.
From the only thing that was allowed in evidence in my trial was his body cam footage. Ended up being the only thing that you got to see.
Which you're not seeing him swinging.
You can't see all that, in a wide angle lens. It's really in that chaotic situation that it's hard to see. So the 3 officers that would have captured on their body cam the perfect footage of that incident, to where we could all take a look at it and see exactly what happened, their videos were only 7 minutes long.
Mysteriously
8 minutes long.
Disappeared.
Yeah, why is that?
Interesting.
Why is it these other ones are all, you're telling me, and the prosecution, when they're questioning about it, well, their body cam footage got ripped off, or it got turned off.
All at the same time.
That's what they said. Yeah, so all right at the exact moments when you'd be able to see this event. And then here's the further I started investigating, the officers that they told me that their body cam footage had been ripped off their chest. Well, they had videos entered for them in the databases from later in the day.
So clearly that.
So you can't. You're telling me that this video, this officer, only has 8 minutes of footage because his body cam got ripped off. Well, then what is this other footage? Where does it come from? And when you question about it, the judges just, no, you can't. What? Are you accusing the federal government of falsified documents? And even the attorneys, you would ask, man, well, I don't know if we can get up there and say, we can't really accuse. What do you mean you can't? That's obviously what's happening here.
Damn, so they had you guys.
Well, and they had us, and they manipulated footage, and they held footage back. And that's, what eventually led to these pardons. is let me find the best way to explain this. At least for me, and I can't speak for everyone, I accept responsibility for my actions that day.
Mm-hmm.
I agree that there's some of that stuff that I could have been held legally accountable for, some misdemeanor crimes. But what they ended up doing is they overcharged. I started off with 5 misdemeanor crimes. Well, once they found out, that I was involved with Brady and Gary, they come back with more, and they added 3 felonies on top of that, one of them being this, 15-12 charge, which carries a potential 20 years. Jesus. So now I've got 11-12 charges stacked against you. And you got attorneys, that are telling you that you can't win, a trial because, and here's the most basic element for these pardons and reasons why I agree with them. Mm-hmm. I may be jumping ahead a little bit, but yeah, we were, nobody that was there on January 6th was given their right to have a free and fair trial by a jury of their peers in an unbiased courtroom with an unbiased judge and an unbiased jurors. Mm-hmm. At the most basic level, to me, that is validation for why these presidential pardons, are legit and acceptable. I'm not sitting here, some people say, well, they deserve to be punished. Those people that broke the law deserve, okay, well, punish us for what it was that we actually did. Yeah. And for me, I believe that was misdemeanor crimes. And then people say, well, those people shouldn't get pardons that, were involved in violent crimes. Well, but did they have the right to a fair trial and where they were able to defend themselves? I wasn't. On the most basic level for me, we put in, what they call, I don't know how familiar you are with change of venue motions. So basically what the courts have decided that in an environment, where it's impossible, something has happened within a community or there's an event that's so big within a community that it's going to be impossible for those jurors or that judge to remain unbiased. Yeah. That you can put in for a change of venue where they move it from that court system to a district, to a neighboring state, okay, a neighboring court to where it's not quite as charged an environment, yeah, and let those trials occur there. Washington, D.C. is a perfect example of where none of these trials should be held in Washington, D.C. One, it's impossible for the jurors to be unbiased. These are the residents, the citizens of Washington, D.C., where this event took place. Immediately, the local news and the mainstream media took control of the situation, burned it into everyone's heads that this was an insurrection. People were there trying to overthrow the federal government. For sure. So in Washington, D.C., the jury pool is so biased.
Absolutely.
That is impossible to get a fair trial there. Mm-hmm. Now you add in the fact that also, the January 6 defendants that are found guilty, they pay into a reimbursement fund, for the damages that they caused, to the citizens of Washington, D.C. So now the jurors, the citizens of Washington, D.C., if they find you guilty, well, now they get a financial payout out of it. They get a reimbursement if they find you guilty.
Interesting.
And this is looking at some of the finer print of things, but also now you've got these federal judges that are also citizens of Washington, D.C., who stand to gain, from finding guilt, if they find the J6ers guilty, those that go to bench trials. But also, the federal judges just have so much power of what they allow to occur within their courtrooms, which evidence is going to be allowed to be presented, yeah, which kind of experts, you're going to allow to have testify. Yep. And it was all rigged, against, the January 6th, defendants. They didn't have that opportunity. I didn't have that opportunity. I put in for a change of venue motion. Nothing. It was all denied.
Damn, that's rough.
Well, put it this way, here's just a good example for the people that might not understand that. Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma bomber, blew up Oklahoma City, a bomb, at their federal courtroom. He doesn't go on trial in Oklahoma. They move his trial outside of the state because they know that he can't get a fair trial. It's the same thing that has to happen in these trials in D.C.
Yeah.
You have judges that are also not only citizens of Washington, D.C., but you also had some of these judges making statements in the courtroom. For instance, when the attorneys, everybody was battling a lot around this word insurrection.
Yeah.
Nobody was charged with insurrection. Not a single J6er was charged with it. So when the judges and the prosecutors would use the term insurrection in the courtroom in front of a jury, you would have defense attorneys that would object and say, hey, listen, object. My client's not charged with insurrection. You can't keep using that term to label him that in front of the jurors. You are leading the jurors to believe that this was an insurrection. And the judge's response would be, listen, my office building sits at such and such street, and I could look outside my building. I watched the events unfold that day from my window of my office. I saw for myself. You can't tell me that wasn't an insurrection. Okay, well, now you're being a witness.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't have a judge that is both a witness
and a judge.
There's just too much conflict of interest going on.
Just shows you how corrupt it is.
Well, yeah, and that was up to these judges, and they had that opportunity to recuse themselves from those cases.
Yeah.
Those judges also had the decision. It was all brought up that this 1512 charge was unjust. It was not to be used in this manner. They could not, technically charge the J6ers with this crime because in order for there to be an official proceeding, there's got to be a finding of guilt. There has to be a judge present. And the certification, was not those things. And that's ultimately what the Supreme Court decided, later, was that the 1512 charge, had to be dismissed, and it was. I ended up being convicted of 2 charges, the 1512 charge and then the 111A charge, which is impeding, resisting, interfering, or assaulting a police officer for when I grabbed onto the baton. Found guilty of those. The Supreme Court threw out the 1512 charge. And so I went to prison on the 111 charge for grabbing onto the baton.
And then you ended up getting 36 months federal before as you were getting pardoned?
Yeah, so I was originally sentenced. I went to trial March of 2024, was convicted. I ended up doing a stipulated bench trial instead of taking my chances with the jury.
Okay.
The judge, of course, I knew he was still going to find me guilty, but for the stipulated bench trials, the prosecution agreed to drop like 8 charges. Being convicted of 2 is being better than being convicted of 10 or 12 or whatever. So we did the stipulated trial, knowing good and well that the judge was still going to find us guilty. At my trial, I was not allowed to make any self-defense arguments. I wasn't even allowed to argue that I grabbed the baton in self-defense. That wasn't part of my understanding that I was going to be of what I was allowed and not allowed to do at a stipulated trial. I thought that I was still going to be allowed to make defensive arguments to that 111 charge. As soon as we were at trial with the judge and my attorney began to make those type of arguments, the prosecution shut us down. They said, Your Honor, Mr. Montgomery has agreed to do a stipulated trial, meaning that he agrees to certain facts of that day. He agrees that he grabbed onto the police officer's baton. He agrees that his foot, touched that officer's, shoulder. He agrees that he assaulted the police officer. And that was never part of my agreement. And that's what we said. No, I agree to those facts as them being factual. Yes, I did grab onto the baton. Yes, I did use my foot. But because I agree to those facts doesn't mean that I am agreeing that I assaulted the officer. I still have the right to explain that situation from a self-defense scenario.
For sure. Nothing.
To add the context that, I was afraid for, being hurt. I didn't approach that officer. That officer came into my space. He was the aggressor. I didn't get to make any of those arguments because the judge immediately agreed with the prosecution and said, hey, you know what? You agreed, they dropped these 8 charges, and now you're going to sit here and try to make arguments against these other 2. If you continue down this line, Mr. Montgomery, I'm going to declare a mistrial. We'll start jury selection tomorrow, and you'll do a full bench trial, jury trial.
Are you flying to Washington for these?
No, the trials were in Washington, but most of the court stuff was just done. It was still COVID at the time, so we got a lot of it done through.
That's lucky.
Through Zoom, those kind of things.
Yeah, what a nightmare.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, I was convicted, sentenced to 37 months. I didn't know when I was going to have to report.
Yeah.
So I didn't actually go to sentencing until Halloween of 2024.
Okay.
The judge sentenced me to 37 months. At the beginning of December, I got a call like the first week in December saying that I had to self-report, go turn myself in to FCI Inglewood, which is there in Denver. And I had to turn myself in on December 23rd, which was 2 days, before Christmas.
Damn. Knowing
good and well that Trump had won the 2024 election. It was
you're praying. You are praying that he's going to swipe this.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I turning myself into prison was tough. My wife had to go and drop me off.
Yeah. You're prepared to do through these 37 months.
Yeah, that's the way that I had to approach it.
Yeah.
And there was this talk of these pardons, but from a mental standpoint, getting ready to do 37 months, I could not allow myself to give in to that hope of I'm going to get a pardon. I'm going to get a pardon. I think I believed, most people believe that some people were going to get pardons.
Yep.
But there was a line in the sand kind of being drawn around whether. Does everybody get a pardon? Is it going to be blanket pardons, or is it just the nonviolent ones, the ones that are accused and convicted of violent crimes? Do they get pardons, or do they not get pardons? And it's all legit questions. But I, being accused of a violent crime, assaulting a police officer for grabbing onto the baton, I did not think that I was going to get a pardon.
Shit.
I didn't necessarily agree. Yeah. With that, because based on the premise of, everybody deserves a right to a free trial, I felt that was grounds enough that I didn't get a chance to defend myself. So just because somebody's got a violent conviction on their record, was that a legitimate, charge to begin with? Did they get a fair trial?
Yeah.
Other people will argue, well, some people pled guilty, to those violent crimes. Do they get a pardon? Well, if they pled guilty, people say, well, they admitted that that's what they did. Well, but they were charged with 12 different things.
Yeah, they had to take a plea deal.
Yeah, and one of those charges, the 1512 charge was an illegal charge to be used against them, but it was used to manipulate them into taking a plea deal that where, if you guys will plead guilty to this, this one violent charge of, assaulting a police officer, we'll drop all your other charges. Some people felt like they had no other choice but to do that.
Yeah.
Which again...
That is insane. I'm going to ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
Damn it. I left my... Fuck. Can you text Mom to run me up my phone?
Yes.
Please, I think I left it in the bathroom. With the pardon, we got about 30 minutes left, so we could blow through these.
Okay.
With the pardon... in getting a presidential pardon, did that pardon just that? This is one of the questions from one of our followers. Did you get a pardon like a Biden pardon, how he blanketed and covered his son, or is this just for that you're clear, ready to rock and roll, moving forward?
For us, our pardons apply to events that happened on January 6th.
Got it.
So it doesn't clear me of my past, history, from 1995, in New Mexico. It doesn't, protect me from anything in the future, that happens. If I go out there and get in trouble again, it's not going to, protect me.
Got it, I figured.
And the pardon, from my understanding of it, is it doesn't even completely remove it from my record. It basically, it restores all of my my civil rights.
Got it.
So my right to carry firearms, right to vote, hold public office, sit on a jury.
Yep.
Those rights have been restored, so I'm restored to full citizenship, so I can also not be treated, as a felon.
Got it.
So those type of, on a federal level and according to the January 6th stuff, I am free and clear, to possess firearms, to go back to my business of guiding and hunting.
Good.
And doing what I've been doing for the past 30 years.
Yeah. So you were you were 2 months in, 3 months into your sentence, right? You turned yourself in December and you just got pardoned, correct?
Yeah. So I basically turned myself in on December 23rd, went to prison. When I first, got to prison, here's just a little interesting story for you, coming, from veterans' standpoint of view.
Yeah. You start. Thank you, love.
The prison that I went to, they had a program that was specifically set up just for the vets. So all veterans from military fields.
Oh, really?
They had their own unit. They've had special programs, to help them deal with, some of their stuff. And as soon as I got there, they put me in an area in a pod with a bunch of, druggies. We call them deuce heads. These guys are smoking this K2, this spice stuff now, and it turns them into complete idiots, complete zombies. But that was the original cell that I was put into, as a 4-man cell. As soon as I rolled up, I took one look around. I could tell that, man, this is not what I want, where I want to be. These guys could hardly speak. It was like being on fentanyl or something. It kind of looks like.
Really?
These guys are being zombies, and I don't have any experience with K2 or spice.
Yeah, that's a whole different.
These guys were out of it. I was literally there still unpacking my stuff when somebody from the veterans unit side of things came down, grabbed me, told me to grab my shit, that I was to follow them and that I was going to go live with them. And from day one, I basically became adopted by the veterans that were living in this program. Normally, people don't live in their units if they're not a veteran. I'm not a veteran, but they moved me down there and kind of adopted me and took care of me. Kind of.
He's a patriot. He stormed the Capitol. That earns a slot with us.
Yeah. It earned a good standing within those guys, and so they took me in, took care of me well. I was also fortunate enough to get involved in. They've got what they call a FIDOS program.
Okay.
Which is basically they bring in shelter dogs, from kill shelters. They bring them into the prisons, and they got a program where they pair those up with,
cool.
with some of the inmates. And so I got accepted into that FIDOS program and became a dog handler where, I actually ended up having a dog with me while I was in prison in my cell.
Really?
Yeah, so that was part of the program.
That's badass. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Dogs change everything.
Well, it does, absolutely. And it's a great program,
Yeah.
Because not only for the handlers that are handling them, and taking care of them, but just it rubs off on everybody else in the prison. I don't care how mean and grumpy you are, some little puppy comes walking by you on the cell block or cuddles up to you while you're in the TV room, it's going to bring a bit of joy, to your life. So.
Oh, absolutely. Just the camaraderie and the friendship of a dog, the companionship is huge, so.
And to have that within a prison environment, that was a big deal, for me, and glad I got to participate in that.
Yeah. That's good, man. I'm glad it all worked out, because what an absolute shit show. So one of the questions that we got asked was, how much faith do you still have in our judicial system?
Right now, not a whole lot. Just because I've experienced and I've seen it. And, unfortunately, this is something that we've been hearing for a while, from our minority populations. They've been saying that the justice system isn't fair, that they get treated unfairly. And being part of that system, I would have to agree. It's not set up. I don't think our judicial system is set up with the interest of holding people accountable for their actions, letting them, accept the consequences and responsibility for those actions so that they can pay their dues, do their time, be rehabilitated, if you will, and then go on about their business.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's our judicial system is now more geared to once you're in the system, good luck getting out of it because you're a number.
Yep.
You make them money, you bring them profits.
All it comes down to money,
and that's what our system is geared, towards. I think seems to be, keeping people within the system as long as possible so 100%. That they continue to make those dollars.
So you get quotas, I mean, you get or not quotas, but budgets.
Yeah.
Off of numbers. And if you have low numbers and people are actually making a full turnaround and you're not having the bodies cycle through your prison systems, you're not getting the budget or the allocated amounts of money, I mean, for these guys. And, it's a game.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Oh, yeah.
There's people that are rotting away in these places that shouldn't even be there.
Yeah, it's a multi-million.
Now, if you're in for some, multi-billion-dollar industries or correctional, but I feel if it doesn't have to do with kids, women, super violent, if you get in a fucking fist fight in the streets, whatever, but, cool. There you go. Go away. But these guys that are popping on drugs in their car and they're not, and they're wasting years away, and it's like, that's my tax-paying dollars in there.
Well, that's what, that is what people need to look at it from that standpoint, is that's your taxpayers' dollars that are supporting all this prison system. And, there's better ways of doing it nowadays.
Sure. And we could be putting them, I'd rather put my money into programs, helping these guys get clean. And I don't know, I don't know how we break it down and do a 3-strike thing. I don't know, but it's just, I think it's wild, the fact of how many guys are rotting away in cells that are turn their whole lives around, giving their life to Christ, haven't been in any incidences in decades in prison. It's like, get the motherfucker out of here.
Yeah, no, and that's
Give him a chance.
And that's the reform that needs to happen. When I look at it, technology has come a long ways. They were able to keep plenty good enough track of me with an ankle bracelet.
Yep.
Why are we not doing that? A lot of these drug offenders and all these people, let's give them a break. Put them, instead of having taxpayers' dollars spent to keep them locked up in prison where they're really not, let's just face it, they're not being rehabilitated. Nobody's, getting all the special treatment and mental help that they need while they're in prison.
It's making it worse. You're getting pulled in the gangs. You're getting pulled in the drugs. You're getting pulled into anything you have to do to survive. It's not. That's why I think recently with this president of Guatemala, I believe it is, or Venezuela, he said we could ship all of even the American criminals down there, like top tier criminals. Why are they sitting here? If this dude's willing to take them, they got that giant maximum, one of the largest prisons in the world down there.
Yeah.
All of our rapists, murderers, gone.
Yeah.
And then our prisons should turn into helping these guys get back on their feet. Hardcore drugs, if you're a kingpin drug dealer, whatever, cool. We have our certain prisons that are designated for those, but our normal prisons, we should not be throwing some 19-year-old kid into a prison system. They get popped for some weed or coke or whatever is it in some, I don't want, like, non-violent crimes. Now he's getting pulled into a gang. So here's this kid that's his first time getting popped on something that's non-violent related, goes in the jail or prison, to get sucked right into the system, and he's gone forever. You can't get him back.
Yeah. Now, once you enter that prison system, whether it's the state prison system or the federal prison system, all that's really, you're just being educated to become a better criminal. You're just learning better tactics, better ways of doing things. Again, we could save the taxpayers in this country a ton of money. Put these guys, let them back out, put them on ankle monitors. Let them pay for it.
Yes.
We don't have to pay to incarcerate them. Let them pay for it. If they mess up, if they get a dirty UA or whatever, okay, you put them back in the pokey, for another 90 days or 6 months. Apparently they didn't learn their lesson very well.
Nope.
And then you put them back out, as like you said, as long as they're not a non-violent offender, they're not hurting people.
I have no problem with it.
Put them back out there. If they mess up again, like you said, maybe come up with a 3-strike system, like, hey, bud, we've given you 2 different opportunities here to be out on and you're not doing it. You're not getting the point. So now you're going to have to spend the rest of your 3 years, in prison at this point, but start with home incarceration.
Yeah,
ankle
start there,
monitors.
work your way out, give them an opportunity. It's way cheaper to put an ankle bracelet on somebody than it is to feed them every day in prison.
Oh, especially when they're paying for it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, let them go work.
Mm-hmm.
Let them be productive. You know, let them pay restitution based off of a full salary that they're earning at their job.
Yeah. Why not? Why not? They're still being able to contribute to society, but they got to pay for their problems, and they're not taking my tax-paying dollars and flushing them down the drain.
Exactly.
Dude, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's been a good conversation, you know, and I could, unfortunately, you know.
Sure, we can go for another day on this. But
Yeah, we could go.
I think we're pushing the 4.5 hour mark. Or
wow, that's
are
crazy.
we? No, Jeremiah's is the longest so far. I think so. Really? His is 5, I believe. But
well, I don't want to set a new record.
Yeah, right.
Let's not do that.
No, but I mean, this is stuff that people. I mean, I have so many questions that people ask, but they're answered. You know, people want to know if Trump, you know, was part of from his rally pushing you guys over, and I mean, it seems like everybody walked over. A couple of questions people had were if you saw busloads of like Antifa getting dropped off, which I think it was probably a little late by that point. You were there, but I'd say for the most part, man, I feel like we got a pretty good insight of what happened. You know, a lot of people want to know if you got let in, and obviously we covered that. That's fascinating to me that some guy just opened the door and the cops were standing there. I mean, what a crazy experience to be able to live through. And now a part of history, you can say you were one of the ones that went in the Capitol, stormed the Capitol. I mean, fuck, bro. You're going to be telling your grandkids this one day, like, you have no idea what your uncle or your grandpa has been through and done. I mean,
you know, and I shake my head and I smile and maybe even smirk because it's not, I don't find it funny.
Oh God! No.
By any means, and please, I hope nobody takes it as that I'm making light of this situation.
Oh God, no.
Part of it is it's just so unbelievable. It's not something that was planned. It's not the type of trouble that I was looking to get into by any means. Yeah. And to find yourself in this situation, I mean,
it's
not to make light of it, but not too many people can say that they've got a presidential pardon. You know,
no,
not too many people have that piece of paper.
Last question. Knowing everything you know now, would you do it again?
Oh, man, that is, you know, probably the biggest and most important question. For the effect that it had on my family and my wife, my initial reaction would be no. That my family didn't sign up for that, didn't sign up for me losing my job. I didn't take enough of that into account maybe when I made the decision to go Washington, D.C. But from that standpoint, no, I wouldn't have done it again. I regret, obviously, the amount of trouble that it's got me in. And, you know, I haven't been able to work the past 4 years. So the consequences of it were very grave. I accepted and acknowledged, you know, responsibility for some of that, but the punishment has gone above and beyond what is fair and acceptable.
For sure.
Would I do it again? I don't think that I would have gone inside the building. Okay. I would have probably still gone. I probably have still, you know, the incidents that happened with the officer probably still would have happened because we were outside the building and where we agreed, you know, where we thought we were supposed to be. I wouldn't have gone into the building just because nothing good, you know, happened there.
Yeah.
You know, I was under a different understanding when I made that decision, so I can't take it back. I trusted God in making that decision. But ultimately, you know, January 6th was a tragedy. Sometimes tragedies are allowed to happen in our lives. God allows things to happen because it's necessary to produce a reaction. So if January 6th was necessary to wake up the so-called silent majority, to get the attention of American citizens that may be a little bit more trusting and or naive of the government, the federal government, and what they're capable of doing. If January 6th was necessary to wake people up, then I would do it again.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And I would accept those consequences, even to the point, and this is where the decision that I had to talk with my wife about is, even if it meant knowing that I wasn't going to get a pardon. Mm-hmm. It's easy to say, yeah, I'd do it again if I know I'm going to get a pardon. But would I do it again knowing that I might have to spend 3 years in prison? Yeah, I think so.
Good for you, and good for you for standing with that.
Because I think at the point, what we see happening now, I think is a direct result of the American citizen being awakened through the events of 2020. And to see, people no longer blindly trust the federal government, and they shouldn't. That wasn't the case in 2020.
Way too many people.
So if the events of that day showed people that they can't just blindly trust everything the government and social media is teaching them, then it was worth it.
Good. Yeah. Good for you. Any saved rounds? Anything you want to?
Oh man, without opening a whole nother can of worms, I think we pretty much covered it. My key points being, that we didn't go there with the intent to try to stop the certification process from happening. We wanted that to play out. We didn't show up armed to the teeth to fight with the federal government. Some people showed up wearing personal protection equipment to protect themselves, and they have the right to do that.
For sure.
That doesn't, because you're wearing a bulletproof vest, does not mean that you are intent on storming the Capitol. The people that showed up at the Capitol that day believed that they were going to a legitimate permitted protest on Capitol grounds. There was an okie dokie that happened and then switched there. To where the people didn't realize that they were trespassing.
Yeah. Everything unfolded.
Yeah, and then at the end of the day, too, we always retain the right to protect ourselves. The right to self-defense. That doesn't come from the government. I don't need the government to define that for me. That is my right as a free individual. That my creator, who I refer to as God, has given me that right to protect myself. And people will say, well, you can't protect yourself from law enforcement officers. You have to obey them when they tell you what. No, well,
to a certain extent.
To a certain degree, I can protect myself, and it may mean that I get in trouble for it. But I do have the right to preserve my life. Yep. Especially if I think an officer is acting outside of the legal performance of his duties, which I thought those officers were in that scenario. I have a right to defend myself. At the end of the day, and this would be, maybe what all ended on, yep, you can say right or wrong about, the things that we did. You can say we made some bad choices. You can say I made some stupid mistakes. And yeah, probably all of that's true. But at the end of the day, I'm still here today. I wasn't seriously injured. Nobody around me was seriously injured. So there's legitimacy to that saying. It's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Mm-hmm. And that's the decision, I guess, that I made that day.
Good for you, man. And thanks for being part of that.
Yeah, it's
opened a lot of people's eyes. And then we got to watch the last 4 years of how everybody was treated. And, luckily I'd feel like the majority of everybody getting pardoned. It was a long time coming, but it was a huge part of this country. It was history. We told our kids about it. Like this is, I know they don't understand now, but like that was a chunk of history that our Capitol got stormed and how the media spun it and the hell that they put everybody through for the last 4 years. And yeah, man,
yeah,
for you and the rest of the people trying to make a stance. That's what we need. That's what this country was founded and built off of.
In 50 years, hopefully there is a 50 years from now, but, people will look at that event of that day, and it will have significance as much as the Boston Massacre, the Boston Tea Party, the American, the first American Revolution. You got to remember our founding fathers, when they first, started going to war against the British and fighting for our independence, they were all traitors. Had they been caught, and a lot of them were, they're dead, hung, treason.
Stand up for it.
Some people say the J6ers, are treasonous. Well, what were they doing? They were standing up for their beliefs. And I think 50 years from now, when we look at this event, I think the narrative is going to be quite different, and I think it's going to be in support of American citizens who stood up, and voiced their opinion against the federal government.
Yep. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate you sharing that story. I couldn't even imagine the hell you've been through the last 4 years and just dealing with our judicial system and how corrupt and broken and paid off everybody is in it. And that probably opened your eyes quite a bit. And everybody else has been able to watch that. And it's been wild. It's been absolutely wild. I'd say your life is definitely been wild chaos for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
And, but thank you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to sit down and tell your story. And we've had we answered pretty much everything through the episode, but yeah, a lot of people were curious about what the hell actually just went on that day.
Good, and I thank you for the opportunity to share my side of the story.
Yep.
That's one thing that I haven't really been able to do this whole time for 4 years is, give my side of things.
Well, we got it. It's
yeah.
on live. So hopefully we do it right and people get to hear it and gets to open some eyes up about it. So
yeah, absolutely.
Again, thank you, dude.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it too.
Appreciate your time, man. That was awesome. That's a wrap. Oh, man.